Thank you, elected members and staff and members of the gallery. Welcome to the council meeting for 26th of March. We'd like to acknowledge the land we meet on today as a traditional land of the Kaurna people, and that we respect their spiritual relationship with the country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. And also read you the council pledge. We seek wisdom and understanding as we face the duties of our united task, praying for the peace and prosperity of our city. Now today we're all, I've never seen so much people, and I'm colourblind, so it must be growing a lot. And some of us suffering. No, a fan, a Dockers fan obviously, so yeah, okay, not suffering. Because it's Epilepsy Day. Thanks everyone for getting to the spirit of it. I understand there's a donation spot somewhere to join the staff's donations from today, so that might get distributed later, so please feel free. But right now, let's sit down, let's get into it. On 1.3, declaration by members of a conflict of interest subject to declare. Councillor Barnett.
Yes, I'm a member of Prospect Local History Group, so that 13 is up 13, about the state heritage. Yeah, so I'm the deep interest in a member of Prospect Local History Group, but I tend to take part in debate and vote.
Yeah, so I haven't counted that as a conflict myself. Member of governance.
It's just a perception.
It's better to declare the numbers. But we'll record it. Any other conflicts of interest, Councillor?
Similar to Councillor Barnett, 1313, perceived conflict, but I'll be remaining in the discussion.
Thank you. And Mayor Lara, I saw a hand up.
I haven't got the item in front of me, but the motion relating to attending the national conference.
Yes. 13.3, 13.2. Yep.
Yeah, so as is our custom, I'll be leaving the room so I can take part of the discussion.
Thank you. And yes, Councillor Rick.
Yep. Similar to that item with 1313, although there's no formal paid memberships with Prospect Local History Group, I do have taken an active part in their meetings, so I'll declare a perceived conflict, the same along the lines of the other two. Perceived conflict for my participation with the Prospect Local History Group. I'll be remaining in the room to debate and vote.
More? Right, good. On leave, we have nil, and apologies, nil. Councillor Harris is here. There he is. And apologies, we have nil. Confirmation of minutes for the ordinary meeting of council on Tuesday the 26th. I have a move we take that as true.
To view a council document to get the agenda up, and it's asking me for a username and password, which I don't know.
You logged in on the Wi-Fi. Oh, sorry. That link's broken, but good to your website. So that's progress and
yes, but
pass. For the
I opened in books.
Is anybody else unable to read the agenda tonight due to that last minute change on the website?
But not tonight, but to back up, we have had issues with the web and the agenda's crashing the last couple of meetings, and there was an email that went around last night with the crashing as well.
Yep. Howard in. Okay, thank you. I'll come back to the questions. Anybody happy to move? We note the minutes from Tuesday the 26th has been
moved.
Thank you, Councillor Group and Councillor Harris. Wish to all of you wish to speak to it. Thank you. Any further debate? All those in favour? Carried. Do it again. All those in favour? Against? Carried, yes, that's unanimous. Mayor's report is there on pages 1 and 2. Councillor Griffin, wish to speak to it?
Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Griffin, wish to speak to it?
Yes, please. Just a comment on the question. The comment is, according to my children, you did a fantastic job at the Prospect Primary School Assembly. Rave reviews, and they were pretending to be the mayor that night as I went to bed. I won't tell you what they were doing, but I just pretended to be the mayor. The question I just had was in relation to your briefing with the Honourable Frank Pangello and Sean Whittington regarding the failed Torngate development. Is there anything of note that you want to... Well, my question is actually if there are any concerns about that development coming back.
There are no concerns for this city. There are no concerns more specifically with Torngate. One of the proponents of that development has had some questions asked about what MLC is helping with the inquiries into that proponent. So it's a matter about a person, not a project.
Okay,
The project has no pulse, zero chance of being revived. It is a dead duck.
Just want to have that on public record. Thank you, Mayor.
Someone happy to move it? So it's been moved. Sorry, any further questions or debate? There being none, council member reports and briefings. Are there any council member reports or briefings? Deputy Mayor.
I'd just like to make note that I was fortunate enough to attend the launch of the Main Streets of the Future paper at Lot 14 last morning, Thursday morning might have been. And the reason I wanted to bring it to everyone's attention was that City of Prospect featured prominently in the document that was released. I think we've got a centre spread where we're held up as an exemplar for that process and congratulated, particularly through the Mayor's involvement in establishing that working group and driving the outcomes that we're looking to achieve across the city with the Main Streets program. So congratulations to the Mayor and also other council team members who are involved, and I believe it's an opportunity for someone else to take up a role on the committee, and so I'd like to strongly encourage an appropriate member of the team to look at that. We've got a lot of momentum, we carry a lot of cachet in that space through the work we've done in the past, and I think it's important that we continue on with that process. So once again, congratulations to the Mayor for his work and also any other team members who are involved in that process so far.
Thank you. Just to back it up, the Property Council produced 3 papers now on Main Streets. The latest one is about performance management and trying to get rid of it. It's a very, very useful paper to the CEO to have a look at. I know the team's got a copy, but I think we should set ourselves some stretch targets based on their research. Any further member reports? Council,
attended the Understanding Council budget session through the Australian Local Government Women's Association, and thanks to Christina for inviting me. That was a very informative session. As a new elected member, that was great information and great opportunity to network with other new elected members.
Thank you. Councillor Barnett.
Yes, apart from also attending the Australian SA branch, Understanding Council budgets. I attended on March the 20th Water Sensitive SA Cooler Greener Adelaide, shaping a city forum, a free forum and exhibition, and I heard great examples, and I will send more information that I think would be quite valuable for us even as an eastern region of councils, like we did with the waste, to have that speakers, that 5 speakers, and they all had 5 minutes, so it was really full on. But there was some great stuff there about how we should be looking at development plans, the water sensitive about greenings, particularly mentioning councils, staff, a person in charge of all theirs,
So they got a $270,000 grant from the Adelaide Mount Lofty Ranges Natural Resources Management Board and $7,500 under the EPA's Rain Garden 500 program. So I think there was, just in 5 minutes with each speaker, and they touched on all different sort of areas. It would be very valuable. So I found that very informative.
Okay, thank you. Further elected member reports or briefings?
Very briefly, I just want to thank the administration for putting on the City of Prospect Waste Forum. I actually learnt a lot from that, and there was a lot I actually took away. It actually motivated me to go home and change what I was doing, what we were doing with our own sort of bin system at home, and get a smaller bin with the compost bags to better separate the food waste and tissues. And it was something I learned. I didn't even have I knew the green bin took the food waste, but I didn't know it took tissues and all that other products, so we separated that and trying to make some changes even in our home around that. So thank you for putting that on. It was really informative. Thanks.
Further elected member briefings? Okay, thank you for those. We'll move on to petitions. On 7.1, we have a petition, the Edwin Avenue Traffic Management, recommendations on page 3. Petition's been circulated. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I'll just move it, and in saying so, I see the staff has decided to put it in with the previous stuff we've had with Redden and Edwin Street, so happy to see it as taken part there.
Your brother Glenn, is it? Yeah, thank you. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Councillor Richard Speaker.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo the words of Councillor Harris. I do believe with this petition it's best placed dealing with going in with the Edwin Avenue, Rhodoglen Avenue project, and look forward to getting the report back.
Further debate? Being none, Councillor Harris, you seem to need to sum up. Right, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Item 9, motions on notice. We have a few tonight. Councillor Group, waste collection.
Thank you. I presume I am still required to read out said motion. We tend to change the rules a little bit from time to time, so I'm happy to take advice on whether I need to.
Well, I
agenda.
I have given people the liberty of my general long motion, but we as an elected body haven't changed our protocols, but just let me check, because the protocol is not a procedure. Manager, Government, CEO, some guidance.
As chair of the meeting, you do have the opportunity to actually change the protocol. As you rightly pointed out, it's not a legislative requirement. Members consider that they can have a full understanding of the proposed motion by reading it silently rather than it being read to them. I would suggest that that would be quite satisfactory.
Thank you. Manager, Governance, come down there, you can see this is something a bit of a look.
Questions on those things.
So motions on notice. From the chair, I have no problem with them not being read out. We don't read out the motions that come from the start, which are in the same agenda papers, written in the same language. I've always thought it a bit peculiar. So there being no rules around it, I will not insist on it being read out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I might read it out anyway.
Just easy your 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's true, so I shall not. Look, let me start. I'll take it as read. Let me start with some stats. Every year the waste we generate is growing at twice our population. Throwing away one hamburger wastes the same amount of water as a 90-minute shower. You think of that next time you either are in the shower or eating a hamburger. The average family throws out $3,500 worth of food each year, the equivalent of a tonne of food. And in fact, a fifth of all food purchased in the world is thrown away. Eliminating global food waste would save 4.4 million tonnes of CO2 each year, the same as taking off the road about a quarter of our vehicles. But most importantly, over 8% of greenhouse gases heating the planet are caused by food waste, with over 5 billion tonnes of food ending up in landfill each year. And that's the equivalent size of 9,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools. So some of this might be new news to anybody, but I think that last stat is really compelling, 8%. And I think we have been talking a lot about waste over the last little while, and this is a practical solution to dealing with some of the issues. We know we can't change the frequency of our collections of the red litter bin. We've gone through this process many years ago. It was very clear and it's been legislated that we can't do that. But what we want to do is try and reduce the amount of waste going into that red litter bin, partly economically, but more importantly, environmentally as well. So one option to do that is to simply increase the frequency of the other bins being collected. So hopefully my thinking is if we got to that point later on, and this motion of course is just doing for the report, it's not intended to change at this point, but if it got to that point where residents had weekly collections of recycling and also green waste, the issues about food odour would become less of an issue, and the issue of capacity of recycling, I don't know what your recycle bins look like at the end of the fortnight, mine's pretty full, that also deals with the capacity issue in terms of recycling. I'm really interested though in knowing about the costs, and I guess that's the second part of the motion is looking at financial analysis of what does it mean, what does it cost us to have an extra collection for yellow and green litter bins versus how much we're saving because more rubbish is not going to the landfill bin but are being recycled and going to organics. So I think this motion really pulls in an environmental issue that we've been talking about, and particularly the war on waste that we just mentioned, but also I'm interested in the economics of the argument as well and how we can nudge our residents' behaviour around diverting more rubbish to where it should be, which is yellow or green, rather than going to landfill. So it's a fairly simple motion, simply calling for a report to come back to us by May, which gives administration some time to do that. I commend the motion to you and happy to answer any questions in my summing up.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Barnett.
Yes, I agree with the motion and the intent of the motion and what Councillor Root has been saying to us. But I think it also behoves us to go back to the very beginning, because even though we say, oh yes, if we have it, it goes more to compost, but there's still a whole lot of charges, there's still, still so I think the more that we can get back and educate, I guess through education or through some carrot approach, thinking, made a bit of a pun there, didn't I, with food waste, but at any rate, to the very start of it is why are people having a lot of food waste? So it's changing the attitude, I think, saying, oh, well, if I've got food waste left over, I can just stick it in the kitchen bin and go, but we're still paying for that. So it's really a motion.
Further debate. Councillor Rebecca.
Again, I commend the motion, but similarly to Councillor Barnett, I'd probably look at other opportunities like promoting mini bins, so people who've got less waste, there's maybe some incentive to have a mini bin to actually reduce the amount of content that they're throwing out. Perhaps to be considered, but I'll be supportive of the motion.
Further debate.
Yeah, I won't repeat what I said before about the waste from it, but I do believe that this motion will help to address that, and particularly I'd like to see, I guess, this expanded to include educating people about food waste, putting their food in the green bin. I asked a few of my sort of close friends, and they weren't even aware about food going in the green bin. A lot are still just putting the food into bags, into the red bin. So I actually think that there's a wider education thing that needs to come. So if we do go to weekly collections with the green and yellow bins, it's about educating the community. We're providing a weekly service. Make sure your food waste goes. Food goes in green bins, simple things, but we really need to get that message out there to the community. I fully support the motion, and it will be interesting to see how much we actually do save for that landfill cost for the red bin as well. I'd be interested in that.
Just briefly from the chair, I think there's quite a lot. Being a waste guru, it seems. It's a very difficult one because putting 3 bins outside every household every week and having 3 trucks drive up every side of every street doesn't turn me on in the slightest. I don't think I'm going to vote against it if that opportunity might not arise, but I do hope to start to come back with a whole pile of options around this. I think your original speech, Councillor, related to minimising food waste through perhaps exhibits of over-ordering food or perhaps overeating it in some of our circumstances. But the topic of this and the content of it is related to waste. There is no doubt that if if we could make the red and the green bin have a similar frequency of pickup, it's likely that more people will be encouraged to divert food waste into the green bin. And I think that's the premise of why I'll probably support this, to get the staff to explore that notion of a similar frequency. In my household, I'd be happy with all bins for one, no question. And I don't see much demand to pick up a yellow lidded bin every week, which might reduce it to 2 bins outside every house every week, except the second week, in which case it'd be 3. So there's a whole pile of questions getting raised by this, and it might be that this is a way to actually get back to the original discussion, which is, why does the state government care how often we pick our bins up if our community are happy with the service that we provide? And I've never understood why former Premier Weatherall brought in that legislation, given that the state government has never picked up waste outside households in the history, I think, of the colony. Maybe I might, maybe way back they did, but I'm pretty sure it didn't. We are the ones who know about our community and our waste collection. We should be the ones who work with our community to resolve it. So I think this is a pathway to a better answer. It's not my preferred pathway for the reasons I've outlined. I'll leave you with those thoughts. Any further debate? That being the case, Councillor Group, you should sum up.
Look, just very briefly, the issue about waste is multifaceted, it's complex, and I don't think any single motion is going to kind of hit it on the head. This is, I think, a starting point. I'd be really happy if this motion does nothing more than become a Pandora's box that opens up a whole lot of other issues that we can then pick off one by one and deal with. So the issue of frequency, the issue of bin size, I think is a really good one. The issue of community education is one that I think council has grappled with for a long, long period of time. How do we tell people? Do we put something in a letterbox? Do we put something in a magazine? What do people listen to? What don't they? How do we use split bins? How do we use different bin sizes? There's a whole range of options, of which is too big for one motion. I guess I just want to start the conversation on. We've just had the Water Waste Forum. We need to keep some momentum going. I think this is a way of doing that. But I'll be really pleased if the administration, when they come back with their report, to the answers I'm looking for, particularly around the financial aspects of it, also say, here's 50 other things that we can do and how do we explore them to council. Maybe that could be done through a workshop rather than just necessarily coming back to council. So I think this is the start of a waste journey, should I use those terms. And I think, as I said, hopefully this is the Pandora's box for us to explore a whole lot of other issues to do with waste. So I do commend the motion to each of you, including the Mayor, should he get a vote.
Thank you. That concludes the vote. All those in favour? Against it is carried unanimously. Okay. Item 9.2, Councillor Group, traffic management around schools, page 7.
Thank you. My second favourite topic after rubbish is traffic. So this motion relates obviously to traffic management around all of our schools across the city of Prospect. So I've been petitioned by a number of schools and also some childcare centres in relation to a range of issues to do with parking and traffic movements. So there are 3 issues, I think, facing these facilities across the city. The first is volumes of vehicles. So there's simply a higher number of people dropping off kids at schools. And that's partly because of our demographic in the city of Prospect changing, so more families coming in due to different housing forms. So if you think, for example, of more units on Churchill Road, that brings in people with younger kids and more people living in the city of Prospect with kids going to schools. And what I know from at least 2 of the public schools within the city of Prospect is the enrolment numbers are going up astronomically high to the point where they are at capacity. So we know that there are more kids going to schools. So that means there are more parents dropping kids off at school. The second thing is bottlenecks at particular times. So if any of you have been around a school at 8:30 to 9 o'clock or from 2:30 to 3:30, you know the issues. So in the morning, everyone's trying to drop the kids off at work and get the hell out of there to get to work or get to whatever else they do. And in the afternoon, we've got lots of parents whose behaviour is coming half an hour early because they want to get a good park and they don't want to walk very far to pick up their kids from school. So that has a longer-term bottleneck effect where you've got lots of streets clogged up by cars and you've got people going around the block multiple times where they can to try and find a park at all. The third issue is about people understanding and adhering to our road rules. And so what I've heard a number of times is that our community safety officers are dealing with some very irate parents who are getting fines or getting reported for particular behaviours. I recently saw one letter from a parent in the school, which was sent to both council and also to the school, complaining that they had been fined for parking where they were meant to cross a yellow line in a parking zone. And I thought it was incredibly unfair because they had a child they needed to get to school. and who as council fine them for disobeying the road rules. So there's a behaviour that needs to be nudged in terms of the way people are dealing with parking and traffic, particularly around schools. So what I want this particular report to do is three things. One is to identify the issues, because council staff are probably getting a whole lot more of this feedback than what I am as an individual, or maybe anyone else around the table. The second thing is about what we're doing as a local council to deal with some of these traffic issues. So I've got a very strong view that there are three parts to this problem. One is a school problem, because the school's there, so they are right in the middle of it. There's a second bit, which is council, because we enforce the road rules and we deal with traffic movements. And the third is stakeholder, who also have a responsibility around enforcing road rules. So that's kind of my layperson's thinking. But the third part of the report really is to look at what we can do in the future. So what is our role? What is the role of stakeholder? What is the role of the school? And how can we apply some traffic engineering and design principles to the way traffic moves around all schools? So that's the three things I really want to try and get out of this report when it comes back. I have asked for it to come back next month, so quite urgently. I think it is fairly urgent. SAPOL have done some blitzes around schools over the last few weeks, and they've been very active in doing that. But like anything, people take notice when the police car's there and says it's disappeared, or it's gone around the block. It's back to whatever rules people want to apply to their own parking or own driving. I think too the problem will become even more acute over the quarter month. So in summer it's great because lots of people do walk to school and there's lots of encouragement by schools to get parents to do that. But we know as soon as the weather turns, it starts getting cold and wet, more people are going to come out in cars and people get up to cars. We know it's only going to get worse. And look, I would encourage members, if you haven't been around the school zone lately, go and do it. I must admit, I never was, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I really wasn't aware of the issue of the traffic issues around schools until I had children that went to a school, and it's quite confronting if you watch it. If you go and listen to any or talk to any neighbours around the school community as well, you actually hear from them as well about their concerns. I would encourage you 8:30 to 9 o'clock on any day, or between 2:30 and 3:30 any day, around any school, public or private, in the city of Prospect. Go and see what happens, and it's a very learning experience. You may learn some language that you don't know about. As in the way people speak to others and particularly speak to our community safety officers, and probably just a bit of a shout out to them who deal with some fairly irate people. So I'm happy to feed that back to staff, and we know that they are doing a fantastic job where they can and where they're available to do that. So under fairly difficult circumstances too. So look, I commend the motion. Looking for this report to come back next month so we can then think through what happens, and the schools are very keen for this to be an issue that council looks at, addresses, and then also hopefully does something about. So I do commend the motion to you.
You second it. Councillor Harris, to speak to it.
Yeah, just briefly, a couple of things. I fully support what Councillor Groot has said and where we should go. And again, it's very interesting when our inspectors do their job that the Nailsworth Primary School, which I happen to live close to, is using a thing that they've done a survey of parents if they had answers. And the most popular answer was, can't we get the inspectors to go down to Churchill Road when we're dropping off our children? So that's actually in the survey with more than half a dozen people. But more important, it's time this happens. 3.5 years ago, I started chasing this because school times changed, particularly at Nailsworth, has changed, and it's great to come out in front of my place and at drop-off time, anyone can literally park there and take their kids to school, their children to school. But then when 9 o'clock comes, you're not allowed to park in front of my place when the kids are already in school. And it's the same as coming over. They've changed the times, and through a previous bloke we had here, Greg, I tried to get the signs to correspond with the school. So I think it really needs an update so that our position fits in with the school and we try and find some answers. Because ours, Nailsworth, and over the other side, and Walkerville, all those schools capacity, and now telling people not to come even from the area because they're overstocked. So I fully support it.
Any further debate? Councillor De Back.
Thanks, Councillor Groot, for raising this. Though I support the sentiment of the motion, I have there's one sort of thing that wasn't mentioned, and that's the state. So a lot of the traffic and the infill is due to changes in state legislation. And this is again a situation where the council is funding or paying for changes or reports around traffic management, and really it's an inner metro state issue, and it's something that really should be raised with the education department. Some of the private schools providing parking in their own properties, and so at a collective effort. So though I support the sentiment, and I'd be probably in agreement with Councillor Harris's comments around maybe syncing the traffic control devices as far as signage with the schools, I don't want to build an expectation that we can actually solve this, what we call a bigger problem. So if there's going to be more density and more kids, there's going to be more cars, and there's no allowances for parking off the street. So I just want to, I suppose, support the sentiment, but I think I'm a bit of a realist, and I'm thinking this is not going to solve the problem, and I don't want to lift people's expectations to think we can, and I think we need to push back to the state and the education department about their long-term views for education and getting kids to and from school.
Thank you. Councillor Barnett.
Yes, I'm thinking that lads in their 40s, and I still remember talking about this was being talked about then, so it is a wicked problem that continues with us. And again, like Councillor Backer, I'm thinking that it's not only just our problem all the time, and that makes us look like baddies, as we've heard some anecdotal evidence. And it's also education, state education department and the private school systems, a school design issue. Why aren't they being designed with better kiss and drop zones? Instead of, again, just using our public streets, and then we're expected to sort of do something about it. So I think it is a much further problem. It is also about, I know that the schools that govern council systems and the way school times are organised, we keep going. Even when I was teaching decades ago, and it was talking about let's look at rostering school start times and finish times, and everything. But it all just seems that it's still too hard over many decades that we're still looking at this. So, and I'm also querying about whether it's a report in its own coming back when we are, and Councillor Groot has been quite strong, along with some others, looking at transport issues throughout our city as a whole. And I would have thought that this report could or should be fitting in with whatever's coming to us in that context. And I think there are the school, what they call the school bus things. There's an element there of, well, what can parents and people in the community, what role can they be playing as well in this? So, okay.
Further debate. Councillor Rick.
Yeah, a couple of questions for the administration. First one, if this motion is passed tonight, will there actually need to be extensive consultation actually undertaken with the schools as a result of this motion? That doesn't mention that in there. I just need some clarification on that potentially.
So, yeah.
Well, clearly we would need to approach the schools and get a good understanding from their perspective. It would also require our traffic officer to visit schools and really have a full understanding of what's happening. So there certainly is a resource implication of managing this in order to be able to get a report to council in April, because essentially we need to have the report undertaken within the next 2.5 weeks.
Further question, yep. I was going to exactly ask about April. Is it unlikely that April will work? Would May or June be a better timeline, or are you confident that you can actually do that consultation and that report in 2.5 weeks?
Yes. Correct.
For the chair, as Kate mentioned, our traffic officer is currently engaged at 0.6 officer, so she works 3 days a week. We have 2.5 weeks to prepare the agenda. It would be nice if we could get an extension, we would struggle to provide a quality report by April.
Look, in terms of speaking to the motion, I will foreshadow an amendment just to push that out to May. So should I do that now or speak first and then foreshadow it now?
Yeah. Move an amendment now, and I can, we do check it.
Sure. Foreshadow an amendment that we change point 1 to May 2019. Was that right?
Take out the word for shadow, I'll pretend I didn't hear it again. So
Move an amendment.
I'll just check with the mover and second.
Certainly.
Mover, are you happy to change, to incorporate the change, so from April to May? Secondly, are you happy to incorporate the change?
I have to think about that. Yeah, well, yes.
Lovely votes aye, by the way. Thank you. Now seek leave of the meeting. All those in favour of incorporating that change? Against? Thus incorporated. Thank you, Councillor. No need for an amendment. Carry on. You need to speak.
Thank you. Sure. Look, I agree pretty much with every speaker tonight so far on this motion. I see the sentiment of the motion and fully support it, fully behind it, but I also see the comments from Councillor De Backer and Councillor Barnett that it's true. We can't fix all of these problems. There are bigger issues, and particularly state planning, when you have a lot more people come into the area, you're going to have a lot more cars, more people in our public schools. So it is a bigger issue than a council issue, but in saying that, we can do our best to minimise these impacts and actually do what we can from a council level and push back and really challenge the state for the statewide planning issues as well. But I will fully support the motion because we need to do what we can at a local level to minimise the impact. So I fully support the sentiment.
Any further debate?
I think one thing we've forgotten is the safety of the children. I think this is a really big issue, and we need local government to get involved. It's also a state, and we need to get the school and parents involved in this because we don't want to see a tragic accident happen one day. So I think the forefront of this is the children's safety, getting them to school and back home, and parents wanting to quickly drop them off and go. So how do we do this safely? So if we put that as our primary focus and get the state involved, get all the parties on board, I hope something will it will be a better, safer environment for the children.
Thank you. Further debate? Just from the chair, I think the safety aspect's a really interesting one. Because it wouldn't be a long bow for someone to observe that getting kids into school has never been more dangerous. And it's made dangerous by the number of people dropping kids off at school in cars. Kids getting out of cars on the opposite side of the street and crossing the road when cars are doing lots of movements outside of school, I think is incredibly dangerous. And yet parents think that it's safer to drive their kids to school. I'm not sure this asks for that sort of data, but I think there's a perception of safety that's completely misplaced in this discussion. It's actually safer for your kid to walk to school from somewhere nearby than it is to get up opposite the school and try and cross the road. I think that's, well, I've seen some pretty nasty situations, and I don't know how kids survive, to be frank. I've seen cars doing 4-point turns in streets with their kids trying to cross the roads. It's very, very, very dangerous. And yet most parents have the perception of counselling that it's safer to drive their kids to school. I know most parents would like to drive their children to the classroom door if the school would allow them to. And I think it's completely unacceptable. I also have to acknowledge, as Councillor Back has put, that there are more children going to schools now than there has been for quite a while. But these aren't record numbers of people living in our city. They're not record numbers of children living in our city. Those records were set back in the 1930s. Our population has never got back to those levels. The number of children here has not got back to those levels either. But cars have gotten cheaper. So everybody's got a car, including the grandparents, who are usually the ones that turn up half an hour early looking for a parking spot. And I love that grandparents are involved in their grandkids' lives. It's terrific. But it comes at an expense. and I think that extends to safety and certainly amenity in the streets. This is a complex issue, and Councillor Barnett's hit upon that. It hasn't come at us lately. It's been with us for a long time. I think we're all pretty frustrated about how we get told it's our problem. And perhaps my final point in the confusion around how to deal with this is that private schools, which you mentioned tonight, we do have the ability to impose conditions through a planning assessment process on car park. So where the school's expanding, there's a requirement to justify more staff, more parking, and that's quite right. Where the school's just replacing buildings, that's not so much the issue. State schools have an exemption under the Act. State schools do not need to seek any planning permission at all, so state schools provide parking at their leisure. We have former ministers on record as stating that they will not consume their land for kiss and drop zones. And I think that's something that we should understand through this data gathering, exactly the impact, and make sure that we make it clear to the state that their intransigence is having an impact on the safety of kids, parents, and the amenity of the street, and that they need to step up and help solve it. It's not just our issue. And it's not just their issue either. There are our local streets and there are local people. And so I commend the motion to you as well, and let's see how we go by May. So any further debate? If not, Councillor Brooke, if you would just sum up.
Just briefly, so a rough estimation of the number of primary school students going to the three public schools within the City of Prospect is over 1,500. And I think if you look back, Councillor Barnett was reminiscing about when her children at school, I suspect that those numbers would have been far less across those three schools back then. There are more kids going to school, we know that, because we know that the schools are saying to cap the number of students coming in. And these are local children in the whole, in the main, that are coming to our local schools. It is a wicked problem, and I'm disappointed if I haven't got my point across about the intent of the motion, which isn't about council has to fix everything. And I think it's really clear about understanding what is our role. And so we can't go to the state government, we can't go to the education department, we can't go to SAPOL saying we want you to do this until we have a conversation about, well, what is our role in this? We can't abdicate entire responsibility like we can't take the entire responsibility. And so this is really trying to explore that. So it's not saying we've got to do everything, we've got to solve it. It's saying that we are part of solving the problem. And I want to make that perfectly clear because I think some elected members' comments have shown to me that that message hasn't quite got through to the motion. I think in terms of safety, that is absolutely a critical issue. And again, happy to take anyone in the morning to Burridge Place behind Prospect Primary School, which is a small no-through road going up to Staples Court, where parents every single morning go up there, do a three-point turn where they're not meant to, and there are near misses every day to the point where the principal stands out there to make sure kids aren't being affected. Kids are coming down that road on their scooters because there's no footpath, and you've got a car reversing up that road. It is an absolute recipe for disaster, and I hope I don't have to stand here one day and say there was a terrible tragedy at that school because of this behaviour. Now, that's not a total council responsibility. It's also a parent's responsibility about how they drive. We have community safety officers who are responsible for monitoring breaches to the road safety legislation and road rules, as does SAPOL. It reinforces my point. We're part of the solution. We're not the only solution. And in terms of kiss and drop, it'd be great if every parent was kiss and drop for what it was. You drive up, you kiss your kid, you kick him out of the car and off you drive. But they don't. They go up there, they think, oh, the field's about to go, so I'm just going to see you for 3 minutes and then 5 minutes, and then the kid talks to another kid and then they go on the playground for a minute, and so it's 10 minutes and that person's still in the kiss and drop zone. So I'd ask the question, whose responsibility is that? Is that the schools to tell them to move on? The school has no power to do that. Is it SAPOL? Probably not going to come and monitor a kiss and drop zone every day. Is it community safety officers? Well, we have two. We don't have enough to go around to all the schools. So that's why it is a wicked problem and why we've got to be at the table with everyone else to talk about it. And just in terms of the resourcing question, I know that council staff, and commend them for it, have been talking to schools. So this isn't a starting from scratch issue. I'm hoping that when there's some investigation done or some discovery done by council staff, that they'll say, here's everything that's come up as part of these issues over the last 3 months, 6 months, 3 years, 42 years, whatever it is. We know that we're not starting from scratch with this. So I'm hoping that the consultation process might be great and extensive and or expensive. I've asked for a meeting with one particular school to happen, with the childcare centre in the school, because that's where some of the capital statistics come from. And I think we just need to continue on that journey, be part of the solution. But more importantly, be able to go out to community and say, yep, this is where council's role is, and this is where stakeholders' role is. Thanks, we'll make you accountable for that. And education department, what are you going to do about Thomas Street? And what are you going to do about Gladstone Road? And what are you going to do about the other road that I can't think of at the top of my head at Prospect North? Like what's the education department going to do? Because mortgages and drop zones might not be the best answer. So, Alice, thank you. So there's lots of solutions to this. It is a wicked problem. It is, again, biting off a bit of the cherry, but we need to kind of keep moving with it. And I really do commend the motion. I hope it gets up. And would just, again, encourage anyone, happy to meet you at my house at 8:30 tomorrow as I take my kids to school. Yes, I drive because I even get straight to work. Happy to take you down there and show you around the hood. I commend the motion.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against, it is carried unanimously. On to item 9.3, Councillor De Backer, driveway crossovers, pay tax.
Yes, it's a very exciting one, so I'm going to read it out. So basically, the sentiment motion is that the council will receive a report in the coming months, I haven't got a date on there, on the policies or procedures from the development plan, or more broadly, from council's suite of policy guides and bylaws, the planners wrote this item, which relate to driveway crossovers, with the report to outline the steps required or the possibility to actively promote single-width driveway crossovers for all new or upgraded driveways across the city. The report should outline the alignment, or otherwise, of such a direction to various strategies of council and should outline any costs associated with pursuing this direction. And I'll interpret that in plain English because I think that's really useful. So this is about crossovers, driveways. So as you know, we've got a lot of development going on in the city. We've got a mixture of unit development down on Churchill Road, Prospect Road. We've also got infill development in Broadview, Clearview, Prospect, all over the place. Now there's an expectation, it seems, of people to move into a new area, could be a subdivision, whatever, and a little bit, I'm going to speak a little bit to the motions that have just gone before. So, like I said, everyone's got cars are cheaper, so 2 cars, double carport, double driveway. There seems to be an expectation that that's okay. And what this motion does is speaks to the sentiment of the council, and I'd really like to hear other people's sentiments, that it's not okay. We actually, correct me if I'm wrong, we actually own the verges in between the main roads, so it's our land. So and we've done a recent study to do with car parking funds in Churchill Road and Prospect Road at around about $20,000 to $30,000. Now I'm not saying that's the cost of on-street parking in all our residential streets, but it does have a cost, it has a value. And the other value it has is to the verges, is the ability to plant substantial street trees. It also has the ability to put multiple bins out the front. And it also has the ability to reduce the amount of hard surfaces, which speaks to some of our sustainable plans with, shedding water and those kind of things. So quite often we're seeing assessments go through and it's either not being recorded in the reports coming back to decision-making authorities, or it's not being considered enough in the assessment that double driveways, especially in a subdivision kind of situation, are actually chewing up our land, our residents' land, and our ability to do positive things with this land. Because as we get the pressure of infill, the verge is actually critical to the amount of greenery and landscaping that we can do. So, yeah, in essence, I've actually discussed or sent emails to the administration, and this is a low to no cost motion in that it's been asked to be considered as part of the housing diversity study, and it's also being asked to be considered in basically taking a wholesale copy or direction from some of our other neighbouring councils who have very specific bylaws and guidelines about the ability to put a double crossover. So I really would like some direction from fellow council members if this is supporting single driveways where possible. It doesn't mean that you can't have a double carport. You can do a V, but we've got narrow streets. We've got limited ability to plant substantial trees, and we're reducing significantly the amount of on-street parking. And I think that's something to keep in mind. So I'd like to hear your opinions.
Thank you. Do you have a second? Councillor Griffin, speak to us.
Yeah, look, I'll add to that. I believe it's really to have that double driveway. It's a privilege. It's not necessarily a right. My first home I bought a few years ago was actually in a group of 3, and we had a single driveway with 3 properties, and you learn to share the driveway, drive responsibly, look going in and out. We didn't need a double or a triple driveway. I fully support the sentiment of what Councillor De Backer said, particularly with if we're having lots of particularly double, or if we ever get the stage triple driveways in the area, what we are losing out on is verges, is extra street trees, and it affects urban heat mapping, particularly if we're more double driveways, less street trees and less attractive verges. And particularly, I have used the word activation and sort of you want that, I guess, that vibrant street. But the more driveways we're having, the less of that beautification we can have in the area. So look, and it doesn't mean that you're going to get to this probably the stage in the motion where every property in the area is going to be single. It's what I think Councillor De Backer was saying, at all opportunity where we can have those single driveways, that's what we need to be heading towards. And I do support the intent of the motion.
Further debates? Councillor Barnett.
Yes, I think this is extremely timely. We're looking at plans about greening our city. We're looking at trying to reduce the amount of heat sink that we have in our city. I mean, we're not alone. Other councils and places all around the world are looking at this. So I think this is very timely. It has concerned me for some time that we shouldn't be promoting the double or even triple things. There's all about co-mobility of services as well that concerns me, and all of the loss of. I think we've had most probably losses of more street trees to having double crossovers put in, more than say trees dying because of natural causes, or other causes. So I support the motion.
Further debate, Councillor Griffin.
Just a couple of things. When I read this in my preparation for tonight, I wasn't going to support it. I will support it because I've been convinced by the argument, which is the whole reason for the democratic process. I do have a couple of comments though. One is around if we have, and I'm jumping to a solution, but if we got to the point where there was a solution about some rules around this, I think they would need to be very, very clear, because we know that the planning rules at the moment, they can be flexible. And I think if we're really clear about an outcome with this, we have to provide less flexibility. And that's not saying all must be single, all must be double, but I think some rules around, for example, the width of the block. So if the width of the block was quite wide and there was capacity to have lots of street trees on the remaining part of the verge, then I'd be comfortable with a double driveway. If it was a narrower block and the double width driveway was going to take up 4/5 of the actual block width, and we didn't have the capacity to put a tree up, then I'd be more concerned. So I think if we get to that point, we need to have a bit more clarity around the rules, because otherwise it'll be a bit of a toothless tiger. The other comment I was going to make, and I'm going to move an amendment, which is just in relation to when the council receives a report. I'm always really uncomfortable with commentary like coming months, because that's really open-ended. That could be sometime this month, or it could be sometime in a month, in a year's time. So I just wondered, I don't know whether there's a reason those particular words in coming months was put in, or whether the mover would be satisfied with an actual date to try and get this back to council.
You have an amendment you wish to test the floor?
Well, let me ask a question first. Can I ask, I know I can't ask my council on my left, but can I ask maybe the CEO through the Mayor, was there a reason that a date was actually put in to return that report to council?
I want to just remind people it's not the staff's motion, even though there was the indication that the staff wrote it. But
Can I ask councillor?
no, I'll let you ask the CEO when an appropriate time would be for it to come back.
Okay, let me ask, if I could ask the CEO through the Mayor, when the appropriate time would be for this to come back, rather than just saying incoming months.
CEO?
Thank you very much. Thanks for the advice in respect to the capacity of the team to respond to this. They've been very focused on the planning reform provisions and also on the review of the residential. So there was some question in terms of when we would be able to come back, and my suggestion, if you wanted to set a time frame, would be around May or June. Just while we get over the whole focus on the planning reform, there's a lot of work happening in that area. There's a lot of technical stuff that we need to respond to, and we only have one planner who's focused on this sort of activity.
Thank you, Councillor Good. Wish to move an amendment?
Oh, well, I'll move an amendment. I'm sure you'll test with the mover and seconder that the report be provided by June 2019.
Thank you. I will, as the previous, check with the mover, which is happy to incorporate, receive a report by June, instead of the words in coming months.
Can I speak to it?
It's just no, it's a yes or a no.
Yes.
Yes. Seconder? Yes. Councillor Rip? Yes. Now sit leave the meeting to incorporate that change. All those in favour? Yes, it does incorporate it. Just bring it up on the screen. Further, Councillor?
Look, just to say, this is a really interesting issue, one that I hadn't actually given any thought to before tonight, so thank you to Councillor Baker for bringing it up, and I'll certainly be supporting it.
Thank you. Any further debate? Commissioner Larwood.
I'd just like to say I'm thankful for the explanation around this motion that we received tonight, because up until that point in time I had no idea what it was about at all. Therefore, I couldn't have supported something I couldn't understand. Can I ask questions for the Chair? Do we have any data on the number of, across the city, the number of double width driveways that we've received applications for and therefore approved? If it's a significant number, then this presents maybe cause for this report, but if it's 3, I'm not sure how widespread the issue actually is.
CEO, are you able to answer that?
I would have to seek leave to take that on notice. It is associated a lot with development applications or replacement dwellings. We have a process of a DA being assessed, but sometimes the driveway is dealt with separately, so we need to look at different sources of information.
So I think that this is I think Councillor Group made a point before about the fact that a one-size-fits-all policy, one-size-fits-all policies are difficult to get because we've got many and varied situations across our city. And driving down some streets and looking at the status of some of the verges, it would actually be nice to have double driveway for neating things up, because not every verge is well maintained and looked after. And a nice neat double driveway might add a little bit of panache to the streetscape in some areas of our city. But I think it is it's part of a broader issue that we're being faced with. There's a number of examples that I've been made aware of where a replacement driveway in a new development, whether it's single or a double width driveways, move the old, cross over, therefore causing significant issues to many houses around that street. And so we haven't really found a reasonable and satisfactory way of dealing with that. So I think based on the successful summing up of this motion, I'm likely to support it, but if there's an opportunity to consider the broad picture of the impact, then I'd be happy with that as well.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Harris.
I'm going to support it, and in amongst it I got a little bit excited because I seen it as the chance of looking at Harvey, Howard, Delanga, Jellicoe and a few others that we had a single driveway, we had nice trees alongside and they come and build 2 houses or whatever the case may be, and bang, we lose a beautiful tree in all those places and never replace because we put a double driveway or even sometimes 2 single driveway. So it opens, in me, it opens that sort of thought that, gee, this is a step towards trying to keep, instead of hammering this chap over here and say we want more trees, try and at least keep what we've got and someone being satisfied with the driveway. So I'm going to support it.
Further debate? Councillor Baker, would you sum up?
I do.
Look, thanks for all the discussion around the table, and look, I hope everyone sort of, with the clarity now presented, I think it's really important that we endorse this direction, and that doesn't have to mean that starts in June. I know there's a report to come back, but what's gone before doesn't have to be a precedent. We've got to focus on greening the city, and we do own these verges. They're our land. So I think we need to be very particular and prescriptive, and I did investigate beforehand. I know Burnside has an excellent set of bylaws and guidelines, and we have had a director who used to work at Burnside Council. So I'm hoping that that process will be quite straightforward, and it sets out distance from gutters, distance from trees, and a desire to have single width driveways where possible, not necessarily precluding car parks where the development plan allows, but there are bylaws and there is the development plan, and they're sometimes done separately. And that is my concern at the moment. So I'm looking forward to the report coming back to us, and I support the direction of single width driveways, and I think that's what we've done.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Item 9.4, Councillor Harris, condolences to the Christchurch community. Page 9.
Okay, I'm going to read mine out. For the Mayor O'Loughlin to write to the Christchurch Mayor Leanne Dazzle on behalf of the Council and the broader City of Prospect community, expressing our deep felt condolences and support for the Christchurch community during this time of tragedy. Part 2, for the Chief Executive Officer to write to each of the church and religious groups based within the City of Prospect, informing them of 1, the Council's condolences, 2, support for diverse community which recognises the right to religious expression and commitment within a harmless Australian society. And I know, thank you. And that we reinforces our opposition to those who would use violence and other forms of abuse to infringe upon the right of freedom of thought, conscience and religion, not only the traditional religious beliefs of the major religions, but also to and atheistic beliefs, and the well as the right not to profess any religion or belief. I just want to say a few things, and the first bit I want to point out that in the same week that this happened, horrific things happened around the world, in the Philippines, in Nigeria, and a couple of other countries at the same time, people that were slaughtered, ordinary people slaughtered by people with deliberate religious sort of thoughts, and not just religious thoughts of other thoughts. So no way is my putting this up about Christchurch takes away my feeling of those people and my anger and sorrow. I better point out that I have no religions. About as best I come as Mother Earth, she's as close as I can get to, and she sometimes lets us down. But my father, like maybe some of your grandfathers, but my fathers, both my fathers and that, fought a war for Australia, for New Zealand, together. One of them fought in New Guinea, the other one spent unfortunately most time in Shanghai and building a bloody railway. So when they came back, they didn't fight for the 100 different things I hear people today talk about. They fought for the right that people, like my mother and my family, and other families, we were Pats at the time, Catholics, till certain things went wrong. And they fought for the freedom of people that lived in this country to have the rights of each other, to be able to look after each other, for other people to look after them. And when I hear, and I'll never say his name, but the Jewish Australian that went across to New Zealand and done what he done, he did nothing on behalf of the Australian people as a whole. The various things here with the council, and there's only Christina, I think, in the room that will remember this. Our own council was tackled by people with the same thoughts. National Action, Michael Brandon, one of his lieutenants is trying to get out of jail at the moment. He came down and said, we want to use the City of Prospect to put our fascist ideas across and condemn, particularly at that time, Asian people and that. Our council, one or two were a little bit shaky, but in the main, we stood up and said no. We said, no, you're not going to use the city of Prospect. And as a whole, I think we had one of the biggest rallies here at one stage at Barker Gardens to challenge them. I think we should have wiped them out, but other people had a different view to me. So we challenged them, but they went around and they caused problems in our streets. They caused problems going home to women with children and stuff. These people don't deserve our sympathy of any description. I get so upset I'll have to go quick here, I'll get so upset when a group of people go to a church of any denomination or any other building, but a church that have most probably the majority of them have battled and come from war zones and been criticised, belted, raped, and horrific things have happened, and they come and they feel like they're in a country and they feel safe, and then bang, this happens. And to me, that is one of the pains. It doesn't matter, and I believe there's people that are in that church that are most probably fighting, and I believe now they might have that same sort of anger. And I'm going to finish because I'll say my last bit at the other. As a community, particularly the last part, we should totally oppose any of the people that are in Parliament that are suggesting any different sort of thing. We should totally oppose when we walk down the street. If someone's walking down the street and you see them pick on someone, say something. Don't ever be frightened. I can understand people be frightened, but don't. If you see someone on the road and they're picked, particularly because of their colour, particularly because of their religion or their belief or whatever, stand up and hopefully, until I finish afterwards, that I hope these people support this and we show our belief that people are free in our countries.
Councillor, got a second.
Yes, and I thank Councillor Harris and for his words as well. So all I can remind us is of when we are attending our citizen ceremony and the words that were said there, and the words that actually come with the citizenship ceremony. And it's about our differences uniting us, in that frame of mind. And so I won't say any more, apart from the fact that I just couldn't believe that the Christchurch community had another kick in the guts after the earthquake, and a lot of them are still getting over that. And then to have this another kick in the guts, people don't mind my expression. I admire greatly the leadership of the New Zealand Prime Minister, and I just commend people to support this. Whatever your beliefs or your thoughts, this is about what's a united council approach to this motion.
Further debate? Councillor Ripley.
Yeah, look, I'll add a different note too. I'd like to acknowledge Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern's leadership during this has been excellent. If we looked in this room, particularly within our elected body, we would probably find that many of us come from multiple backgrounds. For me, I'm part Russian, Polish, Ukraine, German, Australian and English. No, you look at me, you probably wouldn't tell that. Australia is and New Zealand, incredibly multicultural and diverse, and I value the inclusiveness way we go about our lives for the 99.9% of the Australian and New Zealand population that goes about our lives living in multicultural and inclusive community and embracing it. Unfortunately, it is the 0.1% that do try and wreck it for the rest. And what I've learnt from Jacinda Ardern's leadership is how she's brought her community together and the Australian community together as well. And what I take away from this, with this incident, is it's a time where we must stand up, be strong, support our multicultural and inclusive community and look after our fellow neighbours.
Further debate? Just from the chair and because if this gets up, they're asking me to do something, but I do want to say that I'm quite prepared to do it. I won't say I'm happy, because it's the miserable circumstances. I've been to Christchurch and seeing the
result of the earthquake and the recovery that they're going through. And they, I understand they had no previous history of earthquakes, and so that I think they've had over 8,000 recorded earthquakes and tremors since that time. So it's been quite an ordeal, people living in Christchurch. I mean, you wouldn't wish this upon anybody. I agree with Councillor Barnett. It is even more of a tragedy to have it happen in that place. I don't want to say a lot more. I think Councillor Harris has summed it up really well, but I can say that I'm delighted that these sort of emotions don't exhibit themselves in our great city. I think we've got a long history of tolerance and inclusion. I think our events program is providing further opportunities for us to demonstrate inclusion. I think it's a really wonderful place to live in, a community that embraces people from all over the place. And I desperately hope that that's what we can continue. And I commend the motion in terms of reassuring people that to the extent that we can through this motion, that's what the view of this council would be should you vote for this. Maybe another time, another place to talk about the other side of things, but I want to reinforce that we have something quite special here. That doesn't get taken away from us in similar circumstances. Let's do everything we can to make that the reality, not just through this motion, should you support it, but also through our other actions. How we include people and sort of events we support, the sort of people we invite to those events, and also through our Reconciliation Action Plan and recognising our ancient history as part of our current history, so that one day that becomes, really who we are, not just a whole pile of old stories, but part of our very culture and being in this place is that we live and breathe history in this place from thousands of years, not just hundreds of years. So this has multiple dimensions, and I commend the motion to you, and thank you, Councillor Harris, for bringing it to us. Any further debate? If not, Councillor Harris. Yeah, just 4 things. First one, thank you for speaking on behalf of us at the citizenship ceremony, the words you used there. I felt the same or similar type words. The Anzac Alliance, which is our 2 countries, just simply has no place whatsoever for racism and fascism. It should be tackled at every day and every time, so it does not raise its head, and if it does, we cut it off. I like to use words from a woman from another country, half. I never use total words. She said, they are us, we are them. And I felt really good with that, because I'd like to answer, there is only one race, the human race.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. On 9.5, Councillor Rick, Traffic Management, intersection Hampstead Road and Taunton Road.
Yeah, I will read out the motion to the body. The motion reads, City of Prospect Council writes to the Minister for Planning, Transport, Infrastructure and Local Government, the Honourable Stefan Knoll MP, to raise our concerns with design issues at the intersection of Hampstead Road and Taunton Road. This letter includes raising a particular issue of concern with right-hand turns from Taunton Road onto Hampstead Road, which have resulted in fencing and safety issues for properties on Hampstead Road. Fellow councillors, the reason I'm bringing this motion here is I believe there's 2 parts to it: design issues of the intersection and the fencing issues. During the recent campaign, I spoke with 4 properties, particularly 20, 22, 24 and 26 Hampstead Road, that have all said to me they've witnessed, and particularly recently 22 Hampstead Road, Cheryl and Mark Gregory. They've told me it's the 4th time in recent times that right-hand turns from Taunton Road have resulted in their fence being taken out, cars flipping, going off the road and smashing their fence. They particularly, Cheryl and Mark, told me they have approached the council and obviously been told, it's state road, there's limited things the council can do. And when they approached DIPTI, they were told, oh, well, that's there's nothing we can do about it, that's part of it. To me, both, and correct me if I'm wrong, I know Hampstead Road is a state road. My understanding is Taunton Road is the same, is in the same situation. I believe that this intersection, particularly having driven on it many times, I'm not surprised that fences along that Hampstead Road have been taken out multiple times. I've witnessed myself at the intersection where I'm sitting in of the left of two right-hand turning lanes. The right-hand turn is very, very narrow, and it's easy. I've seen drivers, distracted, not paying attention. All of a sudden, they're in the right-hand or the second right-hand turn lane. All of a sudden, they're turning right and they're zooping right in front. It's happened to me where I've been in the left-hand lane and cars in the right or the second right-hand lane have come straight over my side, and I've had a couple of near misses there myself. What I do notice too with the picture, and the reason I supplied the picture for the elected body with the motion, is it highlights how narrow the left-hand turn lane is at the intersection as well, and there's that huge parcel of land, and I'm actually not aware of who owns that parcel of land on the left where the tree is. Particularly, Cheryl and Mark did mention to me the only way they see this intersection improving is to remove how sharp the right-hand turns are, totally open up the intersection and have it where you have to really turn right and go out and do a proper turn. They just said to me they've seen so many incidents where drivers, if it's not the fence being taken out, drivers are turning right and totally going onto verges and off the road as well, and it raises further concerns that I have with pedestrian safety as well. It's an accident waiting to happen, that intersection, as far as I'm concerned. Also with the left-hand turning lane, as you can see with that big parcel of land, the tree, the build-up of traffic, that can cause some visibility issues as well. So, thank you. So what I would really like to see is, I don't want to see a situation where our residents are told from Dick Tye when it's a state road, oh, too bad, nothing we can do. I think that's a cop-out. I would like them to really, I'd like us to write to Dick Tye, raise it as an official issue from council and have them address the issue properly. Thank you.
Second, Councillor Harris, would you speak to it?
Yes, just briefly a couple of things. I believe that parcel of land belongs to Port Adelaide Enfield, where that was years. But when we had a previous Liberal government, not the current one, the one before, I spent a lot of time with Michael Armitage because he was in charge of whatever that area was, and we were making, well, the state was making that a transport route coming down from Murray Bridge, wherever, and then through to Port Wakefield. And in that period of time, they put the big fences and the widening all to the roads up at Burnside and other places up there. We tried to do a similar thing here, and we tried, I spent a lot of time with him doing South Road, all about our section of Hampstead Road, trying to take trucks elsewhere, and even the thought, which I think is brilliant, of sending them from Murray Bridge straight to Port Wakefield, not even through the city by train. So I fully support what you're trying to raise there, and let's hope this Liberal government may be able to help us and try and do something to save the odd fence and people.
Thank you. Any further debate? There being none, Councillor Rick, would you sum up?
I would like to thank Councillor Harris for, as co-councillor, for seconding it, and also raising the issue that I did forget to raise, which are trucks on Hampstead Road. That is absolutely an issue, and Cheryl Mark can raise the trucks along there as well, particularly when it's turning left from North East Road onto Hampstead, and then going through that intersection. There's been some issues around Taunton and Hampstead, particularly with trucks going along Hampstead and going through that intersection. So thanks for raising that as well.
On to item 10, which I've been reliably assured that under clause 8112 of our meeting procedures, we do have to read out the doing. Nice. Unless we don't change it, I'm going to stick with what's written. And just as a matter of interest, it's my job to make sure that people stick within their 5-minute limit under the Act. Reading the motion out basically chewed up a minute of your time, can give you 4 minutes to speak to it. So previously, I wouldn't count the 5 minutes until you finish reading the motion. So I can't have it both ways. So just for advice, you won't take it as read, but anyway, just to let you get that feedback. So item 10.1, Councillor Robin Pearce, development applications. Your questions?
Okay, got to read it, yep. Okay, recognising that the application fees for major development applications are based on development costs provided by an applicant, does the Council Development Services team review and qualify whether development costs provided by an applicant are accurate? There's an example I'll talk about in a minute. If qualification is occurring...
Time, I think. Okay.
Just that time.
Have questions one at a time.
Yep, so look at the example now.
That's attached for us, and I'm expecting you to read all that out.
No, I won't. Okay, this is just an example of an application back in 2016. And I guess the trigger for...
So this is a pretty formal part of the system. You can only read out the question that you've put. Perhaps we'll just take the example as provided in the papers there.
Just need to probably talk to it perhaps at the end.
Can't, sorry. Not in this section. Right. There's a motion you can talk to it. Question with notice, as it's written, that's all you can ask.
Right.
You can't ask it. Well, you can't talk to it. You can't ask a question to follow up, except for the questions you've given us already. So
It might not really be much
just
use.
you see, Councillor Pearce.
Okay, question 2.
You see? I'll get staff to provide the answers you have.
Okay, right. Yep.
It's a pretty formal way we do it, unfortunately. Answer 1. Who is the director?
Yep.
Acting director. If you can please stand.
Sorry. Apologies. So to answer the first question, Schedule 6 of the Development Regulations 2008 outlines the fees payable for the lodgement and assessment of development applications. Development plan assessment fees for applications with a development cost, excluding fit-out costs, in excess of $100,000 are calculated at a rate of 0.125% of the development cost, up to a maximum of $200,000 in fees. Development costs are provided by the applicant at the time that a development application is lodged. Council staff has in the past challenged applicants on the nominated development cost provided if it appears that the cost is clearly unrealistic or inaccurate. Generally, costs are undervalued as this reduces the fees paid for the development plan assessment to the relevant authority. For applications in the urban corridor zone, Council is the relevant authority for buildings up to 4 stories, with the State Commission Assessment Panel, SCAP, is responsible for assessment of buildings 5 stories or greater.
Thank you. Councillor, question 2. You can read that out for us.
Question 2. If qualification is occurring, what resources are being used to undertake this task? And what proportion of major development applications are undergoing some form of qualification?
Thank you. Acting Director.
Council staff assess approximately 600 development applications per annum, so they have the ability to compare similar developments and the nominated development cost to determine an initial likelihood of an accurate estimate for development costs. Additional resources that are publicly available to review development costs include construction calculators or construction summaries provided by quantity surveyors, including BMT, Napier and Blakely or Archicenter. If the free resources are not sufficient to challenge an applicant's development cost estimate, Council could engage an independent quantity surveyor to provide an estimate of development cost at its own expense. This has not occurred in the past 2 years.
Question 3. Councillor.
Okay, is there a mechanism to review or amend development application fees when an actual cost of development is known?
Acting Director.
Development fees are paid at the time of lodgement as per the requirements of the Development Regulations 2008. There is no ability for Council to retrospectively increase fees once a decision has been made, even if the actual development cost exceeds the estimate provided by the applicant at the time of lodgement of the development application.
Thank you for the questions and thank you for the answers. There's no ability to debate or follow-up questions, but there is a section called questions without notice. Use any elected member to use that. Item 10.1, Councillor Mark Root, Traffic Management. Question 1.
Will staff be seeking external, independent and expert advice? And when will this advice come to representatives to inform our new thinking in relation to traffic management as outlined in my motion on notice from November 2017, which read, in part, a workshop is scheduled prior to 15th March 2018 to discuss new thinking on local area traffic management, including a critical review of the precinct by precinct approach and consideration of the range of traffic calming solutions for local streets.
Thank you. Director.
Chair, at the council meeting on the 22nd of January 2019, council received a report regarding options relating to introducing a 40 km/h council-wide speed limit. At this meeting, council received a council-wide community consultation. Consultation commenced in July 2019, subject to $14,000 budget allocation in 2019/2020 annual business plan, with the report due back to council providing results in September 2019. Like many local councils in South Australia, the City of Prospect has followed the traditional approach of installing fixed infrastructure treatments to calm perceived traffic-related issues on local access streets. While some of these treatments are merited, often these streets will benefit from softer treatments that are also improve the livability for residents. While some residents believe this approach to be the best option for their personal needs, installing traffic calming devices on local streets has resulted in council's funds being limited to treat important road safety issues on roads carrying higher traffic volumes and where real road safety risks are present. Council has also found that treating one street with traffic calming devices often results in pushing traffic queues into adjoining roads. The lowered speed limit in local streets will make them less attractive as a shortcut or an alternative to avoid delays on arterial roads. These streets may still need road safety devices installed, but by lowering speed limits, we can sometimes avoid treatments that can be noisy, intrusive, impact on access and parking, and generally inconvenience for local residents. Once council has made a decision regarding the implementation or not of a 40 km/h council-wide speed limit, council administration will seek external, independent and expert advice to inform our new thinking in relation to traffic management. This will include a council information session and workshop scheduled for late 2019, i.e. after September 2019 meeting of council. The results of the council-wide community consultation will be presented.
Question 2.
Will elected members have an opportunity to discuss these issues with the external independent expert?
Director.
Through the chair, as mentioned earlier, a council information session and workshop will be scheduled for late 2019, i.e. after September 2019 meeting of council, where the results of the council-wide community consultation will be presented. It is envisaged that this information session and workshop councils will be interactive, allowing councils to engage the independent external expert.
Question 3.
How many major strategic traffic interventions are currently being undertaken across the City of Prospect?
Director.
Through the chair, council administration is currently investigating the following major strategic traffic interventions: Edward Avenue, Rutherland Avenue, Galway Avenue, North Street, and North East Road, i.e. the Collinswood Traffic Management, and that was presented in a report to council on 26th of February. Churchill Road Traffic Management, which is reported in a report tonight's council meeting, and the 40 km/h council-wide speed limit community consultation. And that's from a report in January 2019.
Thank you. Question 4.
When was the last traffic count undertaken by council to identify the number of vehicles travelling on roads within the City of Prospect?
Director.
Through the chair, council does not collect traffic data on a council-wide basis. It's only collected as required. No budget has been allocated to the collection of traffic data in the 2018/2019 annual business plan. Council administration is currently investigating resource sharing the collection of traffic data with neighbouring council. If established, a rolling program could be scheduled to collect data, firstly prioritising hotspots.
Thank you. That concludes questions with notice. Are there any questions without notice? Councillor Barnett.
Is Prospect Council aware of the merging and reduction of some bus stops on both sides of Main North Road, for example, bus stops 11 and 12, moving them 90 metres south, and what will happen to any bus shelters as a result of these changes by South Australian state government?
Director.
Through the chair, no, I'm not aware of those changes. I'm happy to follow it up and provide a memo back to council.
Thank you. Further questions about those? Councillor Ritter.
I believe in the December 2018 meeting, a motion was passed calling on the City of Prospect Council to consider a roundabout or alternative solution at the Galway Reams and Jellicoe intersection. Can I just a question through the chair to the administration on what's actually been done to address that motion?
Ritter.
Through the chair, elected members will remember last month, 26th of February, council on the Edwin Rutherglen Collinswood suburb traffic management. There was a section allocated to that motion that identified that we'll undertake the consultation regarding option 4. So we're undertaking that option over the next few months, and that would be considered as a future stage of the traffic management for that area.
Future stage, okay.
Any further questions about those? Councillor Group.
Just a couple, please. Driveways. Can someone explain to me why driveways aren't considered as part of development application for new or significantly renovated dwellings? Happy for that to be taken on notice because I'm aware the director is not here.
Well, I'll have a go. My experience tells me the Development Act can only constrain items within the property boundary and not beyond. In simple terms. Are they more complex than CEO?
Spot on, Mayor. So driveways occur outside of the property boundary. Through the Development Act, we can control or assess what happens within the property boundary, but not necessarily outside. We do have some complicated approaches in relation to driveways, and in addition, driveways are not defined as development as per the Development Act.
Thank you.
So just my clarity, does that mean if I was to change my driveway, I wouldn't need a development application, or it just needs to be processed separate to the development application of something within the boundary of my property?
As the driveway crosses council land, you are required to get approval from council in order to do that. It doesn't sit underneath the Development Act. Obviously, we've got some procedures either through infrastructure and or planning where it is part of the development application. So it's somewhat complicated, unfortunately, and it's an area that we need to investigate or else we make this motion.
A good motion it was. I've learned something tonight. Yes, I do have a second question, sorry. Can we be provided with some advice on how we could amend meeting procedures in relation to the requirement for elected members to read out motions and questions on those sponsored by the elected member?
Yes, please.
I'll take it as read.
Well, that can be initiated through a motion on notice. I'll just ask CEO or Manager of Governance, when's our next review of meeting procedures coming up?
So the Governance Manager is indicating that in 12 months we'd be reviewing that. If you want to bring it forward, we'd need to have a look at the program in relation to reviewing our meeting procedures.
Thank you. We'll leave it in your hands, Councillor.
I'll put up a motion notice, but I'll have to read it out, I guess. Have we done any recent counts of traffic volumes across any streets in the City of Prospect?
Director.
Through the chair, yes, I'm unable to list those, but yes, we have done ad hoc traffic counts in recent years.
Just a follow-up, can we, through the chair, can we be advised of where those streets are in the counts through a memo, maybe? Thanks.
Yes.
Yes.
Further questions about that? Councillor Rick.
Actually, it sort of deals with the meeting procedures question, so it's quite timely with your question. I have a question in terms of petition policies and guidelines. I'm aware that the City of Prospect doesn't have a set petition policy, as far as I'm aware, but I'd like to know when a petition then my question is, so a petition gets received by our council, we support the petition. What's the guideline for the time for petitions to actually be reported back to council?
it's an obligation to report back to council, and then what's the time? And I'll put both questions to the CEO, who's deferred to the management government.
Thank you to the Mayor. As we do have a petition policy, it will be timely to review that policy. What we do is we ask that we receive these in a set format, at least 5 days prior to agenda publication, so that we can make agenda. Essentially, that's what's happening this evening. The item came in and we put it into the agenda. We then liaise with the head petitioner. In this recent one, there was no digital contact opportunity, so we had to write a letter and let them know, yes, it'll be in, and they've since responded yesterday saying that they will be able to make it this evening. And then after that, so far as keeping communication with the head petitioner as a result, we haven't, I think most of them are in action at the moment, the ones that I've been dealing with. So we have a number of traffic situations which we will do then keep the head petitioner informed around the process. But it isn't probably overly well structured and defined. It's just about finding, so the structure is required.
Nature of the question, does our policy require us to bring a report to council about whatever action is taken?
Or none, yeah.
Or that there won't be any action taken?
There. I couldn't say that for gospel at this point. I'd have to actually go back and familiarise myself with the policy if there's a requirement to actually report back.
Thank you. Any further questions?
My question is, at the recent meeting we had, we discussed the new apartments on Wilcock and Prospect Road, and I had sent an email, but my question is, do we realise that they are currently using our Barker Gardens for their amenities and storing some of their stuff? And if so, are we charging them for the use of our land? And two, the question that I sent, same question area, but the question I said was, looking at a 4 or 5 story building is going to be, will the scaffolding going up the side be on our park? Because they're building border to border.
Thank you. Acting Director, take on notice. Sorry,
Through the chair, I'm aware that of the encroachment onto our footpath area on both Wilcox and Prospect Road, and the appropriate charges we're charging.
In the park.
I'm not aware of the park issue. I'm happy to follow that up and provide a memo back to council.
Okay.
March 21st every year is Harmony Day. I was just wondering, does council do anything to celebrate this event?
Acting Director, 2 copies. Acting Director.
Chair. Through the chair, I know that we do usually do some things in my department, which is the library, by display, or we usually work the theme into our programming. I'd have to double check with the other community plan, on what they do. But, generally, from a library perspective, we work into our program.
We always hold a citizenship ceremony the week of Harmony Day. Any other questions about notes? I'm going to move on. With, item 12, minutes of committees, regional subsidiaries and other bodies. On 12.1 is the Eastern Waste Management Authority board meeting minutes. Recommendations on page 15. Somebody happy to move it? I'll wake up. Hello. Richard, speak to it. Further debate. That concludes debate. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. What's the decision? Item 13.1, the Local Government Association Ordinary General Meeting 2019, the voting preferences, recommendations on page 24. I'm going to move it in its current form. Commission. Councillor Bridge, you speak to it. Seconder, Niala, would you speak to it? Further debate. Concludes debate, all those in favour? Yes, it's carried unanimously, fastest we've ever done that. Pretty straightforward. sorry, I shouldn't be so clear. There is a new board structure and a new process in place which filters the motion from councils through the body of the board.
Could think of a couple of past examples, but I won't go.
Item 13.2, the council member conference opportunities. Declared a conflict of interest and would leave the room, which he's now doing.
So moved.
Move it. Councillor Bruce, wish to speak to it.
Just note my ongoing objection that the elected member named in paper has sexual leave for a conflict of interest.
Yes. So seconder, councillor Rich, wish to speak to it.
Just the same thing. I just find this absolutely ridiculous that this when Deputy Mayor Councillor Groot is representing us on what I deem to be official council business. How this constitutes a conflict, I don't understand. Sorry, beg your pardon. I don't understand how this constitutes a conflict.
Further debate. Councillor Groot, wish to sum up.
I don't think.
All those in favour? Yes, carried unanimously. Thank you. Someone retrieve Deputy Mayor. Item 13.3, Council Member Conferences Education Development Policy 2018 to 2022, recommendations on page 45. Somebody happy to move the recommendation?
So moved.
Councillor Groot, would you speak to it? Seconder, Councillor Harris, would you speak to it?
No, thank you.
Further debate? Councillor Debate.
Look, I just briefly wanted to speak to you with regards to some of the opportunities presented or lack thereof of the LGA. I've been quite disappointed in the availability of online training because that was one of the ones mooted as an option for elected members. I note that it's not available, it's now available in March, but it's an additional cost. So as a member of the local government association, they're writing materials for elected members funded by member councils and then selling it back to us.
It's an insult.
It's an insult. And so this training should have been available the day we were voting, and that's how I did my training last time. I got straight on, and that actually, because there is a testing side to it, it's training and assessment. Now, we've currently had information, we've had no assessment. So I just want to highlight the difference in what's been put forward. There was also discussions of doing professional development matrix, and I didn't really see in detail of when that consultation, or when we're going to sit down with the CEO or government software or how that's going. So I'd like to hear some more information about that. But I really just wanted to highlight that I was disappointed in the LGA training offering and that it wasn't available when the first went to council online, the online training.
Thank you. Well, should respond, you know, on the LGA board. I'm happy to take the feedback that it should have been available at the time. That's why it shouldn't have been. That's fair point. But no, there's no such thing as a free lunch. I mean, if elected members want this training to be free from the LGA, then they'll simply put the subscriptions on to cover the cost. I mean, that covers the cost of someone coming out providing training or somebody monitoring website. So the cost of the moment of training through the LGA is always a cap cost. It's not included in the subscriptions. But if this council elected to ask the LGA to increase the subscriptions to therefore be able to provide it within the subscription offers, that's fine. We should write to them and ask for that. Nothing's free in life. Not that I've found anyway. Maybe a smile. Any further debate? Well, Councillor Booth, wish to sum up. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Yes, carried unanimously. 13.4, election of the Gowra representatives, 2 casual vacancies, recommendations on page 61. This will require some discussion, so I recommend we suspend these procedures until 9 p.m. All those in favour? Against are thus suspended. Just a kick-off from the chair, just a tiny bit of history. The election, most recent election saw 2 elected members not be in the office, which means they're ineligible to be on this body.
Therefore, there's a by-election for those two vacancies. And the other bit of interesting history is that the SAROC, the equivalent regional body, has regional entities within it, and they elect their representatives on the SAROC. Garrock has not regionalised, it's the whole of the metro area. So I hope that one day it does get regionalised into north, south, east and west, something similar. And I'm hoping that tonight we support that, at least in the sense of making sure that that body responsible for Greater Adelaide at least has representation from the geography of Greater Adelaide. And we look at the list at the moment, and it is overrepresented by those from the east and north. There is nobody from the west, and there's nobody from the south. And just in case you're interested in the gender equity issue, there are currently 5 females and 2 males, so that complies with the 1 of each minimum. But in my view, my concern is geographic coverage. As good as the people are that are nominated from the east and the north, they are already well represented. There are a number of names in front of you. Open the floor up for discussion if there is any, or we can just move to a ballot.
Maybe they need wards, Mayor. Wards. Maybe they need wards.
Regions. Any questions?
Just, yeah. So with the ballot paper itself, are you just looking for 2 X's or do you need a 1 and a 2? I'm reading it as it's just 2 X's for the 2 people.
It's just 2 X's, yeah. And if you've got a ballot paper, it's very representative paper.
So we just do.
So people okay, no questions, you've read the stuff, and what to do? All right.
Can I just ask a question whether there is any one that people would favour in particular? I don't know all the names on here and I can read as everyone else can, but I'd just be interested if there's any personal or professional connections that people might have or advocate for. Just be open to that conversation if that's possible. Maybe there's not and that's fine, but
I just think we're lucky to have such a good selection.
Yeah, I think all of the nominees, I don't know them all. I'm not familiar with Councillor Dodd, for instance, but I have met and had a chat with all the others over my time, and I can't see it that we would be comfortable with on that body. Notably, some have only just been elected to office, and therefore you've got to weigh up in your mind about whether that is a limitation or a liberty.
It's a good thing.
There's always interesting balance between those two.
Fresh start. Think about that campaign slogan. It's time to change. You imagine all the slogans.
And you've seen the list of who's on there at the moment, and there are 2 newly elected mayors on the current.
You've just got to pick 2.
People happy just to move to a ballot?
Yeah.
Back, do that, and we'll collect those and work from there.
It's going to be interesting. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for that.
I think it's not that easy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Second term.
Yeah.
Some people have good experience.
She's got a very political council she has to deal with. Yeah. Grab a drink. Just leaving the meeting for a sec, just letting you know. Yeah.
Get your chocolate.
So then, no?
just wanted to walk all the way back. This is what happens.
Has everybody put a ballot paper in? Everybody done? Okay, that'll take a little bit of working through. I'll just put us back in a formal session and leave the meeting to progress with other agenda items and we'll turn to that one. Just a show of hands to progress with the balance of the meeting. Yes, thank you. We'll move on to item 13.5. Appointment of independent member of the audit committee, page 9. Happy to move. Away, Councillor Barnett.
Yes, when I was on the audit committee and Corinne Garrett was on there and I was quite impressed by her. So I'm very happy to support the recommendation.
Seconded. Councillor Rick, speak to it. No. Further debate? Further debate, all those in favour? Against, carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 30.6, Eastern Health Authority Second Budget Review 2018-19. Somebody happy to move recommendation? Councillor, was it your?
Pass this on, but I can do that.
Thank you. Speak to it. Seconder.
Yeah.
Councillor Barnett, just speak to it.
Yes, I think we've had quite a lot of information provided and I think ours, for our particular council is quite pleasing.
Thank you. Any further debate? Concludes debate. All those in favour? Against, this is carried unanimously. Item 30.7, the budget framework policy recommendations on page 116. Someone wish to move it? All right.
Can I ask you a question?
I haven't got a movie yet. I'll take your question.
Yeah, I just wanted clarity. How I read it and understand it is that basically to do a value for money on a project, that's the bars change from 30,000 to 20,000 to do so.
Take the question even though you were sitting down. I just realised that.
Apologies.
Who can answer that question? Director?
Through the chair, can I get clarification on the question?
I believe in the paper it does mention there's, as part of this change, there's a recommendation to lift the limit from 30,000 to 50,000. Just a point number.
Yeah, it's actually not, it's at the bottom of the page, it just says that increasing the cost benefit analysis threshold from 30,000 to 50,000 over a long term of the project life.
Through the chair, that was the discussion from the audit committee. One of the key changes was to actually have when we have to present cost benefit analysis or what do you call a sensitivity analysis. That was the threshold the audit committee has discussed.
So the council's question was, does that mean there's no paperwork on anything under 50,000? I think it hinges around the cost benefit analysis.
That's right, that's correct. Yeah, that's right. At any time, any point of time when audit committee review our any business plan, they can actually request the staff to do any cost benefit analysis or any sort of sensitivity analysis. So every budget time we present it, we actually ask audit committee, are there any projects would you like staff to present that?
Councillor? Yeah. Have someone wish to move it?
Yes, and particularly in light of information provided on page 118, was that we'll get greater accuracy in the first budget review, and the review of this policy will not lead to any cost or resource implications, and the revision will lead to improved management of council's financial and non-financial resources, as reviews will be prepared in a time when accurate information is available, and I'm always a fan of accurate and timely.
Okay, thank you. Second. Richard, speak to it.
No, thank you.
Any further debate? That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against, is carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll just go back to item 13. The election of the Garrett representatives, 2 casual vacancies. The ballot results are in, and the 2 with the most votes. Erin Thompson and Amanda Wilson. There's of Tonka Bringa and of Busbay. So is somebody happy to move that way? Councillor Barnett, so first. Wish to speak to it? No. Seconder, Councillor Rick, wish to speak to it? Any further debate? Further debate, all those in favour? Yes, carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, back to item 13.8, selection of road names policy, recommendations on page 127. I'll be happy to move. Harris.
Yes, only to say when people vote for it to keep in their mind Indigenous names. We were looking at various parts of the city which we'll only have a chance to name a few streets in our lifetime. So that's all, and everyone hopefully accept it.
You do I have a seconder? Speak to it. Any further debate? Let's ask the question. The report uses the word diversity. The policy specifically says Indigenous names from Kaurna language. Can I just perhaps understand?
That's why I said.
Yeah, was there, why were they considered separately or described differently? It was not necessarily the same thing. Director?
Yep, through the chair. The whole section about what names come from so the Indigenous names taken from Kaurna language was one that was suggested by elected members at a council workshop in February. Unless directed otherwise, we're happy to.
Okay. I'm happy with the policy as it's written. Just there's a subtle difference. Councillor Pruitt first, and then go back.
Look, just a brief question. Under Section 8, road names uniqueness, a road will only have one name. I'm just wondering, is that a legislative requirement or is that just a policy requirement? So where I'm going with this is we have missed opportunity to, Councillor Harris's point about dual naming of roads. Now, I've not seen that before, and I imagine I can see one councillor nodding to my left, and I think Jenny's back to tell me the answer is yes, can I use one name? Maybe I'll just finish the question.
Yep. Through the chair, my advice was to only have one name. That is to ensure that emergency services, etc., and ambulance services, they're very clear about the location. That was the advice.
Thank you.
Just a comment, because I think you weren't at the workshop there. I think you might have been away. Yeah, one of the, so it says in the policy, sources for road names may include the following. And I think that was in reaction to a lot of the names that have gone before being civic leaders, which is lovely, and nothing against former mayors and all the rest of it, deputy mayors. But what we were looking at is even some of our local Greek or Italian population, there seems to be a lack of diversity. It's very sort of side naming, and I think the inclusion of the word may is somebody's suggestion. Speaking to Councillor Groot's comment about dual naming, from first-hand experience with the Cab 101 lane and Honeysuckle lane, it's gazetted as Honeysuckle, and having worked in a business, there were the number of times we've got a missing sign and it needs to go back up, so I love it. People go on Google Earth and they're going by what's there. So it's really important. I know it can be nice to have dual naming for things like parks where appropriate, but I think the names, if people use those names to get around, so it's really important that there's clarity, and that's one of the things about the policy as well, to clarity, and it's easy to read and easy to pronounce, and you don't have any confusion about where you're going.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Harris, wish to sum up?
Yes, just very briefly, hope people support it, but I would like the staff and yourself and others to take on note if you go to Port Adelaide Enfield on the old Port Canal where the new shopping centre is. They've got streets with all names there. Underneath them, they've all got Indigenous names. So to have a dual name on, they might not use it publicly, but they do have dual names on every sign.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Yes. Carried unanimously. 30.9, footpath trading, business use of a road policy and guidelines review 2019, recommendations on page 139. Happy to move it in its current form. Deputy Mayor, wish to speak to it.
He can if he can get it going.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
So happy to move it?
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
I just want to zero in a little bit on page 142, the paragraphs that relate to fees, charges and regulations. So I understand the principle behind why we're going down this path. Do we have any concept on the value of the fees that we're waiving over this period of time?
Question, Director?
Through the chair, you'd essentially be waiving about $2,500 worth of fees per annum. We've actually collected, or we've granted about 180 outdoor dining seats in this period, but we actually have collected fees for that 2-year period because we waived the fees. So we actually haven't collected any now. If we were to continue to waive fees for the following 2 years, we would forego about $3,600.
Second question, is there anyone who's paying fees who might have got a licence before we introduced the no fee situation?
There is, through the chair, there is nobody who are paying fees at the moment.
Question was prior to that, is it?
I'm not, through the chair, I'm not aware of us collecting fees in the last 2 years.
No, but is there, okay.
There would have been, through the chair, there would have been some people who paid for 4 years and they've fallen into the last 2-year period and we haven't reimbursed them, but it was really from 2 years ago that we started waiving fees.
Okay. Third question, is every, I'm assuming that we're making every cafe or restaurant aware of the way that we're supporting them and therefore encouraging them to consider taking up the opportunity?
Through the chair, that's one of the reasons why we've had such a dramatic increase in outdoor dining in Prospect, because we have been promoting it.
One more question goes to the numbers quotas. Well, happy to say that. The cost of collecting the fees is estimated to be around $46,000 per annum. But I'd like to understand how it could possibly amount to that much.
Director?
Through the Mayor, that was the officer estimating her time involvement in collecting that, and that would be about, I would think, about less than 10% of her time, but there's a lot of time. Actually, the worst thing about collecting fees is people are reluctant to pay and you're having to go backwards and forwards to people, so it can be quite time intensive. So it's simply an officer's time involved.
Deputy Mayor?
I think that'll do for the time being.
Wish to speak to your motion?
I did actually. Thanks for reminding me that I had that opportunity. 5 minutes, is it?
Yes.
Well, I'll be brief. It's a great initiative, and I think it's important that restaurant and cafe owners are aware of the value of what we're giving them. I'm assuming that we're kind of saying we could be, we could charge you this much, but in order to encourage you to take up this opportunity, then we're not going to, because I think that it helps build a business case for the Main Street Association and those kind of things like that, broadens the scope of what we're doing. I hope we continue to support this initiative. So there's possibly a sunset clause on it as well, where we've proven to the business owners that it's worthwhile doing, and we should at some point in time, I think, consider reintroducing fees. If we can work out a way of it not being so expensive, I'd be happy to go door to door with a sack and drop their money into that sack. A little help. Just want to make those points.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Grush, you should speak.
Thank you.
To the back.
Look, I actually had a few concerns with this document. Again, I encourage the sentiment. I think street activations really in a business area, but there needs to be some real clarity about what that means, and there's a few ambiguous terms, and I'm just concerned this document as it stands will land us back in the issue we had before. It's talking about commercial land adjacent residential, and it doesn't actually specify in detail, and I think it needs to maybe sit on the shelf for a little bit until that's tidied up. I think compared to other documents, including what I've looked at Walkerville, City of West Torrens, they got very clear plans of facing a main street and around the corner. The plans that are presented on the page here are very misrepresentative because they're reading as elevation, but they're plans, so they need to be redone. So what we actually need is a tool that's very clear when we are consulting and when we're not, and if we have to consult. And I think that's something that we need to have a policy document that's going to guide that. Otherwise, we're going to end up back where we were before. So I think this document maybe needs to come back, tidy it up a little bit. I also have some concerns about the increasing of the number of A-frames. So in this policy document, it talks about increasing the number of A-frames 1 to 2. I notice in Walkerville's document, they actually say if you've got outdoor dining, you can't have an A-frame, which I seem to agree with. So I think we need to tweak this a little bit. We have to remember this is a pedestrian area, and pedestrians have to have clear access, and there are very clear obligations underneath the Local Government Act and insurance liabilities for the businesses. So I'm incredibly encouraging of this. It just needs to be clear, and as councillors we can say, okay, administration, you deal with it. And it's really clear, and there's guidelines that can be followed. But as it stands, I'm not going to support it.
Thank you. Further debate.
Just a question on page 141 where it says this process is to be led by one team, business and innovation. Can I just ask administration, does that mean where there's regulatory issues or compliance issues, to business and innovation, will they be dealing with compliance issues?
Through the chair, the reason why we wanted to just have it led by business and innovation is for the whole process to be led by one team, but we're actually having an integrated team so that we actually consult with infrastructure, we consult with compliance, we consult with planning, and we've got a new integrated approach to that, but hopefully that solves all the answers at once. It's just who's responsible, and we've put our hand up and said we'll be the responsible business unit to coordinate everything, and so that we don't get into a situation like with, dare I say, Azalea Street, where we had issues around contrivances, issues around outdoor dining and planning issues. So we just want to say, in this case, and for clarity, we would have one business unit leading the process.
Thank you. Councillor?
Nothing else at this stage.
Councillor Barnett?
Yes, I have concerns about the, on page 142, it says key reason for regulation is to ensure public safety is maintained in placement of seating in relation to the road. also seeks to ensure that the footpath is accessible to the public, including people with disabilities, and I might add people with sight disabilities. So my concern is, from the evidence that I see going around the place where we've got the seating, the outdoor dining, is that for a legally blind person, they are supposed to be able to follow the edge of the building, right, and not bump into where nearly all of our outdoor dining is, slap bang against the building. Now, I think that's in direct contravention to what, people with sight disabilities, they would not be expecting to have to dodge around a myriad of tables and chairs that are all along the side of the edge of the building, not on the footpath edge, because that's not a very good safety aspect for them. So I am concerned that that doesn't seem to be followed, and I'd like to have that followed up and made much clearer in our policy, and also to those that subsequently have been given the permission to be there. Also, I can't really understand, like, if we pay bills and you pay them, most businesses would pay electronically to councils, using an electronic system. Surely we can, collect fees without it seeming to take up somebody's time, when you have computers these days that just flag things. I mean, if I'm late paying a bill or anything, I get told, straight away almost, or whatever. So I'm still not all that happy about that, saying that because it costs us more to collect it, therefore we're not going to sort of charge them. So that's another aspect that I'm not all that happy about at the moment.
Thank you. Any further debate? From the chair, I've got a couple of questions. I hope you don't exceed giving me allowance, given that I made that comment. I'll try red eye. In the policy at page 172, item 2.8, it says public consultation in accordance with council's policy will be undertaken in the following circumstances. Now, I've made it clear I don't agree with the legal advice of Panorama consultation policy, but it seems to me that the legal advice very much said never say will, unless you determine at a council meeting, with a particular council decision, that you'll do any consultation. So could someone explain to me why you're asking for us to embed in this policy, which is not the consultation policy, that we will do consultation? I don't get it. It seems to me to be setting up a risk, or if we fail to comply with this policy but think we've complied with our consultation policy, it exposes council to that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Through the Mayor. We did seek some advice on this policy and made sure that it was consistent with our consultation policy. So we got advice from Normans, which I could provide to the council about that policy, saying that this approach would be consistent with our consultation policy. However, they did suggest that the additional level of consultation that we were proposing here was not 100% necessary. So they were actually saying, they're saying at the end of the day, we don't absolutely have to do this. However, it is quite defensible to have this additional consultation step in there, or this consultation trigger, and we're only really doing that in the case where there is that residential and business interface, or where there's a adjustment to the road.
Thank you. nervous about using the word will. Underneath that,
Sorry, we could change that, should. We could- Yes.
it's not for us to rewrite policy on the run.
Yeah.
Item 282 says that it will be undertaken where there is a direct business interface between the commercial and the residential zone. And I go back to Councillor Backus' point, which I think she's put pretty well. How do you define that? Because most of our corridors are one block deep, one allotment deep. So it's easy to construe that every single property is in a commercial zone that has a direct interface with the residential zone. So what that'll do is it'll fall in every single outdoor dining application. You got to remember, this stuff will be read by someone who's critical and try and hold us to our policy because we wrote it. And they're quite within the liberty to do that. In my view, I think Councillor Backus' suggestion is an excellent one, which I think is along the lines of going someone else's policy who's been through this already. But I've also said you should clearly define graphically what you mean by adjacency. And I think that's a critical element that's not in the guidelines or in the policy. If you mean that an outdoor dining area is within 20 metres of someone's front veranda in a house where people live, I kind of get that. But this doesn't talk about, this talks about times, and it doesn't talk about distance or impacts. And I think a little sketch would probably spell it out a lot better. So it's probably a comment rather than a question. But can I just form the question? Can I understand we've got a policy and guidelines? Do you intend those two things to work together? So there's a reason why you've got
Through the chair, most councils in this particular instance have a policy and the guideline, and the reason for having the guideline document is that it's a level below policy. So we can actually alter that, and those kinds of issues around adjacency, we could actually alter that guideline document as staff to make those issues clearer. So it's possible that we adopt the policy and the guidelines here, and then we improve on those maps and plans and clarification around adjacency subsequently.
Well, I've got a bit of difficulty because the guidelines tend to repeat what's in the policy in terms of consultation, and that's, I mean, just a sensitive issue at the moment because the staff have not come back to us with the new consultation policy yet, so that's all a bit at sea. Page 166, section 6.1, part 2, again talks about when there's a direct interface between a commercial and a residential zone. So because this is defined in both, I wonder whether there's repetition. Why do you need both documents? Or why do you need both clauses in both documents? And secondly, if it's wrong in one, it's got to be wrong in the other. So I've asked the chair whether he'd take this item and pass. Curiously, he's agreed with that suggestion. So I'm just letting people know that I agree with Councillor De Backer. I'm not ready to support the policy part 2 or the guidelines part 3. I'm quite content with part 1, and at this stage I'm quite content with part 4, notwithstanding Councillor Barnett's questions about collecting money. And can I just turn that into a question from the chair? Well, why do we have a cap-in-hand approach to collecting this money? Why are we not able to impose an invoice which is an enforceable invoice that then gets added to their rates, for instance? Why isn't it sent to the landlord to pass on to the tenant like all our other transactions with our rate payers? Someone help me with that. Is there some governance, procedural, financial submission for it?
Through the chair, to put it in a rates record quite specific, it's based on local government and how we can actually rate rates. So the reason why I think this is charged in this way is probably through user charges, through a reimbursement, through a data type system, which is more appropriate for this, for the usage of the.
So sorry, just a follow-up question. So we are unable to attach it to their rates? and enforce it as a add-on to their rates bill should they not pay?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Any further debate?
Can I just seek some clarification on particularly part 4? So let me just, so question, so are we unable to charge for the footpath trading permit fees? Did I hear that right, or was that a separate question you asked? I just want to seek some clarification.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, that's, I just wanted to clarify. Well then, what is there a recommendation for totally null and void then, if we can't actually charge it?
Well, my understanding the answer is we can charge, but we can't enforce it on the rates notice or attached to the rates. The government is around collecting rates.
So we can charge it, but it has to be a separate fee. Okay. That's right.
Any further debate? Councillor Niella, would you wish to sum up?
Can I just ask a question, what I'm summing up? Whether I'm summing up the whole debate or whether I'm summing up the concept of taking it in parts?
Well, something that's probably incorrect. You have a right to respond, and no, you can't answer the question during the right to respond.
Last question. Sorry. Okay, so in summing up, I think that the conversation around this policy has been very useful, and I think some of what's been raised is able to be dealt with within the policy and the guidelines as long as it is being enforced. I guess we have to put our faith and trust in the team that they are enforcing those situations which we can enforce. I think overall, as someone who walks along Prospect Road probably 5 or 6 times a week, this has been a great contributor to the vibrancy and the success of that area. Having said that, I do agree with some of the concerns raised by some of the elected members, and I think it's worth taking our time to get it right. I think it's worth looking at what other councils have done, and I don't think we should just adopt what another council has done because they've already done it. I think we need to make sure that what they've done is right, or else we'd be rather foolish. So if we are going to do any comparisons, we need to road test those policies and ensure that they do apply to us. But overall, I think that with a bit of tidying up, as Councillor De Backer has suggested, we could come up with something pretty rock solid and help us avoid any uncomfortable situations in the future.
Thank you.
Ask us if it's not too late to have it done in parts, because I'm not in favour of 3 of the 4 parts.
So, in answer to your first question, can you ask no? Because the debate's concluded at the conclusion of the response, but can I make you feel much more comfortable because I asked myself that question
and you agree with yourself? Wow.
I thought it was a bit of wit, but I'm really sad having missed it. It'll be taken in parts. So all those in favour of part 1? Against? I'll take that again. All those in favour of part 1? Against? That is carried unanimously. All those in favour of part 2? Against? It is lost unanimously. Second. All those in favour of part 3? Was that in favour?
I was just getting ready for
You've got to be really careful. I'm sorry. All those against part 3? It's lost unanimously. All those in favour of part 4?
Oh.
All those against part 4? It is lost. Not unanimously. Okay. Thank you. Look to do the SCO. Item 13.10, a reduction and disposal of single-use plastic items. Somebody happy to move the recommendation on page 177. Speak to it.
Yes, so I'm quite pleased with most of the report and the recommendation. I am not, I would just like wondering somewhere that I'm not in favour of the word helium in helium to remove helium where it says use bubbles, cloths / paper flags or sorry, that's what my research showed. Yes, so it was about that we're going to have endorse immediate ban on helium balloons released from council land, but that implies that any other sorts of plastic balloons or that I guess could be used. So I was just wanting some explanation about why we're just picking on banning helium balloons, not all balloons, because my research shows that other councils, and particularly interstate, have suggested to use bubbles, cloth or paper flags or bunting instead of plastic balloons. So that was why we bothered to encourage plastic balloons, whether they're helium or not.
Director?
Through the chair, yes, most balloons are made of plastic, single-use plastic, but in particular the helium balloons are more toxic than others. That's why we've identified that as a starting point to remove those more toxic single-use plastics. Whether council wanted to ban all balloons is at your mercy, but we want to identify the most toxic ones first.
Councillor?
Well, I may have to leave it to another elected member. They'd like to move an amendment in terms of about the balloons situation. Hopefully would encourage. Some of the other councils around Australia can do it. Then why can't we? Just ban plastic balloons, full stop, and people can use other things.
Thank you. We'll have a second. Mr. Pearce, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, well, just quickly, I think it makes common sense to ban all balloons, because I don't know how you'd enforce the helium balloons once up there to find someone.
You're right, you're
Or
told.
get it back for us. So I agree with what Christine said. It makes common sense.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Green.
Thank you. And I'm just trying to find any reference in the paper, and I don't recall reading it. I'm just double checking about how, I think one about compliance, how we will actually monitor compliance, particularly around balloon issues. So I'm not going to move. I am going to move an amendment, but not around balloons. So I'm not sure. The motion actually talks about balloons released from council land. So even if I change that from helium balloons to all balloons, if you go to a party and have a balloon, you're not releasing it. So there's a bit of, it's a bit of kind of wording in that, but I don't think, so I won't be touching the balloon issue. I'm happy for someone else to. But the issue about compliance, I think, is about how we undertake compliance for some of these activities. I'll just have that as a comment. But my amendment is on recommendation 2. Council endorses a phasing period of 2 years. I'd like to propose that to 1 year. I think 2 years is a long time away, and I think we can implement some of what we're talking about, particularly in terms of single-use plastics. In 1 year, that would give us this calendar year to get through what we want to, but maybe for traffic next year we have no plastic, and we think we've done that even in the past. So our major event can do it fairly quickly. I think we can do it for other events as well. So I would like to move an amendment which says council endorses a phasing period of 1 year.
Okay, as previously in the meeting, I'll just seek the endorsement of the mover and seconder. The mover is happy to incorporate the change. Seconder, councillor is happy to incorporate the change. Just to leave the meeting to incorporate the change from 2 to 1. All those in favour? It's carried, and therefore becomes part of the motion. Any further, councillor? Any question? Yes.
Which event do you release helium balloons? Can I ask?
Yes. Thank you, Director.
Through the chair, I'm not aware of any council events where we release helium balloons, but it's more for public events, kids having parties, museums.
Okay. So, anything further?
Sorry, so how do we comply with that? So how do we monitor that if the general public or children are doing that?
As scientists.
Through the chair, it's more about education. So it's about when we let people book reserves, let them know aware of our rules and regulations. We don't necessarily anticipate that have compliance officers out there expecting. It's more about the education back up before we have.
Further, Councillor Lee? Councillor Rich.
I just check clarification on point 4, where it says release. Are we talking about usage of balloons for parties on public lands, or are we talking about people releasing them into the atmosphere? Can I just get clarification on that?
Through the chair, we are referring to releasing.
Okay, well, that's fair.
Thank you. Further, Councillor Rich.
You let the other sort of just roll.
Further debate? If you're there.
Do we have any, so we've listed and itemised a bunch of items that we're going to address. Does it say anywhere in the report, I think it talks about our spend on certain items. Does it talk about other measurements such as, I'm not sure what the measurement would be. I'm interested in looking at what, if we do achieve this goal, having something that we can use to sort of market and leverage the value of the work we're putting in here. Do we have any concept of way of measuring what it is now apart from the dollar value and what it won't be, therefore what we want to save with regards to landfill and those kind of things in the future?
Through the chair, we've recently conducted an audit of our own waste bins and what's in there and what should be recycled and what won't be recycled. We use it as a basis when we move to the new building, be able to say how much our culture, our methods have changed in terms of our recycling methods, and from that we'll be able to continue to be able to measure hopefully a reduced amount of plastic that's gone to landfill.
Second question, so we've talked around quite a few examples of having parties and those kind of things like that. Will we extend our educational piece here to the all-day, everyday people living in our areas once we've achieved a success with, and how we've achieved it? Can we continue that process and help educate people as to how they can look to achieve similar sorts of goals in their everyday lives? Not as simple, but have some impact.
Through the chair, very much so. As Councillor Root talked about earlier on about the waste review, the education component is such an important component of waste. If we can get people to put things in the right bins, it make it so much cheaper for us and also better for the environment. So I think this is a start, and we're recommending as recommendation 5 that we engage the local businesses through Prospect Network. I see the next phase is promoting what we've done to the community. Definitely.
Thank you. Good. Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Rich.
Yeah, first question and then potential amendment. Are we able to move another amendment after one's being proposed? What's the rules around
2 is the maximum.
the maximum?
We haven't had an amendment because that one was adopted.
Okay. I would like to consider there's 3 parts. Part 2 goes to council endorse the phasing period of 1 year to eliminate. So so taking out the words significantly reduce or, so making a strong statement. So it goes to, I'll read it so that way people understand. Council endorses a phasing period of 1 year to eliminate single-use plastics at all events managed and supported by council, held on council properties and community land. Point 3, council endorses the phasing period of 6 months to eliminate, again, same process, to eliminate single-use plastics from the administration's internal operations. And point 4, so people caught up there. Yeah. And point 4 is a ban on all balloons being released into the atmosphere from council land. Just want to tidy up that word release, what it means. So council endorses an immediate ban on all balloons being released into the atmosphere from council land. Yeah, have to be taken home if they're using it. That tidied up.
Okay. Unusual for me to ask for the endorsement of the mover and seconder on a three-part amendment, but I think they're relatively simple. So I will ask the mover, she's happy to incorporate those three changes.
Yes.
I ask the seconder.
I agree with third, I'm not quite sure, not,
Sorry, so it's a yes or a no. If you're not comfortable, it simply becomes an amendment we debated as an amendment.
no to one and two.
Okay. So it becomes an amendment. Councillor, thank you. Councillor Ritt, you should speak to your amendment.
No, happy with,
Thank you. Do I have a seconder to the amendment? The back, you should speak to.
Yeah, I'll speak to it. I think it's good that it just clarifies what we're actually trying to do. I think significantly reduce or eliminate is a kind of get out of jail free card. So I think speaks to the intent, and we can monitor the success of it.
correct.
Thank you. Any further debate on the amendment? Deputy Mayor.
If I can cite an example of where I don't know whether it's possible to eliminate single-use plastic. So with the licensing agreement that Eagles Cross Club and Bosa Soccer Club have down at Cane Reserve, we're required to pour alcoholic beverages into plastic cups if they're to be consumed out on the oval. So our own policy or the licensing requirements there will mean that we'll be acting not in accordance with, potentially not in accordance with that. So having the goal to eliminate this is great, but there's a bunch of practicalities that I think come into play that we need to investigate, because I don't know, what do?
Use biodegradable.
Hang on, Councillor Lowen. Deputy Mayor support.
So whilst there may well be alternatives such as biodegradable cups, there needs to be a bit of thought put into eliminating within 6 months. There needs to be an opportunity for people to become educated and then be educated as to alternatives and those kind of things like that. So just to reinforce what I'm saying, eliminate is a great objective. I don't know whether it's practical.
Further debate on the amendment. Councillor Britt.
Just for clarity, sorry to prolong the conversation about balloons being released in the atmosphere from council land. I presume we have no capacity to ban balloons being released from any land in Prospect. So I'm just thinking of the perverse example of someone being in St Helens Park with a balloon that they want to release to celebrate a milestone, and they happen to live next to St Helens Park, so they walk 1 metre to their gate and they release the balloon. Our policy is not effective.
So out onto the road.
Or out into the road, yes, to a Dipty-owned street, for example. So I'm just wondering whether, if I was to move an amendment, which I believe I can do,
Yes.
good, whether if the amendment was being released into the atmosphere and it was a full stop after the word atmosphere, whether that is practical or defensible from a council administration point of view.
I think there's a question.
It is a question, yes. It's not an amendment yet.
Through the chair, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't provide legal advice, but I don't believe it's enforceable on private land, on DP land. I don't think we have the powers to enforce that. So if you,
Councillor.
Then my comment is that our policy position on number 4 is probably not going to be particularly effective. I think it's probably the politest way of putting it. I am going to still move an amendment just to test it, which is council endorses immediate ban all balloons being released into the atmosphere, and removing the words from council land. I do that because what we
Just to let you know that I won't move an amendment within the live amendment. This will have to live or die, and you can move an amendment subsequent to the outcome of this.
everyone's spoken.
Yeah, that's right. You haven't spoken to a substantive motion, so you're speaking this amendment. Should this get up or down, you'll be able to speak to the substantive motion and move an amendment.
I've already moved an amendment.
I'm getting confused.
Oh, you did back at 9:29?
Yeah. Been there, done that. Well, let me finish.
During that previous,
Less theatre about it to let.
during that previous speech, you had thought of that amendment and not wanted to move it, so that's why you're here.
Well, let me simply say that I would welcome any other elected member to move an amendment similar to my thinking, which is we are endorsing a ban. It doesn't mean we have nothing in the report about how we're going to undertake compliance with this. I think it's going to be damn near impossible to make people comply with this, apart from the education, which I think is a really important piece. But it would be great if we actually went out to that community and said, look, we know we can't stop you from releasing helium into your backyard, but we'd really encourage you to think about doing something different. And whether number 4 can actually achieve that aim should somebody else move an amendment that removes those 3 words or not, I don't know, but I just think that would be the strong message that we should be sending as a council. So actually we don't want to do this irrespective of where you stand in the City of Prospect.
Thank you. Just ask a question that Councillor Root didn't ask. How would we enforce a ban on balloons being released into the atmosphere from council land? What instruments do we have to give that?
Through the chair, when people book a reserve for a function, we provide a series of conditions, and those conditions will be to be released into the atmosphere.
Is that all? Would we not have a bylaw? Can someone answer whether we have a bylaw that's enforceable?
Through the chair, we can investigate the opportunity to have a bylaw. I'd probably like to take that on notice as legal advice. But if you do have a bylaw, the process of introducing a bylaw is quite extensive. The state government essentially has to silently agree with it by not opposing it. And then once the bylaw is in place, we could actually have inspectorial services monitor and be those that actually ensure the bylaw is adhered to. It would probably rely on a complaint and or inspections of public land in order to get it moved.
Please. So, speaking of the amendment, it seems to me that for can be successful at 2 levels. One is we can have an education program at point of hire or point of booking. I understand that. And if we want to, we can ask you to bring the bylaw. Well, we're not at this point doing it. But in the future, we could ask you to bring in a bylaw if we wanted to. Okay. I'm inclined to support item 4 because that says council land. It doesn't mention other land. I'm not sure what happens in other land, but we can, to the extent it's been answered, provide some control on our own land. The comment made by Deputy Mayor was about eliminating single-use plastics on ovals, and the example given was a club and the club's activities. This is not captured by that at all. Item 2 says endorse a phasing period that eliminates single-use plastic at events managed by council, held on council land and community land. So if it's an event managed by some other party, not captured. So again, we have an education program, but even that's not discussed. This is specifically about our events run by our people. Item 3 is about council operations, which I presume include having these meetings. So I'm not at all uncomfortable with item 2, 3 or 4 as amended and support the initiative. I think it's a great report, by the way. I think it's really extensive. I think the response that responses are well put. Happy to endorse those, and I'm happy to support the amendment. I think it's a big step, but we're taking the step, and I'm comfortable with that at this point, and I look forward to how we can roll that out elsewhere, but that's not what's before us tonight. Any further debate on the amendment? There being no ability to sum up on the amendment, I'll now put the amendment to the vote, and that is what is before you. I'll just sum up that. It's to change the word in item 2 to eliminate, item 3 to eliminate, and to add some words to item 4. Release the word helium and talk about being released in the atmosphere.
Seeking leave.
So that concludes debate on the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? The amendment's carried unanimously. And now becomes the motion. Is anybody left who wishes to speak to the motion? So Harris, you've been one of the eligible parties.
Oh, thank you. My first, a lot of people had questions. I didn't want to go down to questions. Are we going to take these 4 parts separate?
I can, yes.
Well, I'd like to do that if I can, please. And I thank everyone for all the effort they've put into it, and I'm going to support most of it. But I feel really bad about chasing a young child that a balloon gets out of the hand while they're sitting in a pram, and we drag them out in the street to be punished. I'm not going to support number 4 at this stage. So I'm assuming the atmosphere means the ground as well. So that's why I think it means the ground.
You can ask it.
I could ask, does the atmosphere mean the ground? Because an ordinary balloon that hasn't got helium in, the chances, unless it's a strong wind, it's not going to go up in the air. It'll get caught in the pram under mum's legs, dad's barbecue stick or something.
Director, your interpretation of the word atmosphere, which is, I have to admit, a councillor's word, how would you interpret that word? I think that's the nature of the question. Does atmosphere mean any sort of release? Sorry, Director.
Through the chair, release means the same thing to me. It's release, it's let go. Atmosphere means any parcel of space.
Councillor, anything further?
No, thank you. Sorry, the fact that I asked to have them separate.
Any further debate? No, being the case, Councillor Barnett, wish to sum up.
Yes, good debate, and I'm really pleased that we're heading on this way along with just about every other council in Australia. And I might just remind people perhaps that we're back in single-use plastic items, which to my mind would include balloons that are made of plastic. So in a sense, we're banning them at any rate. I think that, I think the main thing is, of course, the damage that gets caused, like to our wildlife and clogging up waterways and all the rest of the things, along with all the other plastic items. And it really is a matter of education. There have been, particularly with our Prospect Local Environment Group and other environment groups and the Conservation Council and all that, there are, and even private blogging people that run birthday parties. They can have all sorts of things that replace plastic. It's not easy to replace the plastic, say, at birthday parties. So I think it's up to us. There are some really excellent information sheets where you can get it. You can even get the glitter now that is actually quite not very healthy for people. You can get that stuff made out of stuff that's environmentally sustainable. It's all online. It's not hard, all right? So I endorse to elected members and saying you can keep going on and on and on about doing things and trying to encourage. I think this makes a very clear stance. And we're having a war on waste in the city of plastic and single use, particularly in Prospect. So make it very clear to people, but we also need to back it up with a bit of education about making it easy for people about where you can find things to substitute for it.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. I'll take it in parts as requested. All those in favour of part 1? Against? It's unanimous. Carried unanimously. So item 2, all those in favour of item 2? Is against? Carried unanimously. All those in favour of item 3? Against? It's carried unanimously. All those in favour of item 4? Against? That is carried not unanimously. Item 5, all those in favour of item 5? Against? That is carried unanimously, although a little bit more slowly.
I didn't know there was private.
Thank you, good debate. Item 1311, East Waste Draft Annual Plan, 2019-2020, quite a bit in there. I'll be happy to move the recommendation.
You can.
Councillor Backer, would you speak to it?
Well, just briefly, so I noticed there was a $12,000 increase that I think they're still employment, and yet the increase of costs. Look forward to some of the reports on how we can reduce waste through different delivery methods, but obviously it's whatever we do, there's cost and service, so we may end up in the future, it may cost us more, but it may deliver less waste and that'll be the outcome. So I'm going to pursue the discussion about waste for the next 12 to 24 months and see what sort of new and innovative methods we can look at. But yes, I acknowledge that we've absorbed the cost and it's only going to go up, I'm sure.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Harris, would you speak?
Yeah, just very quickly that, particularly after the meeting we had the other night over the ABC and things like that, that in my mind even it comes more, and I've actually read the whole lot through a couple of times. I was a little bit disappointed in things that I got on my telephone, which is also a camera like other people, is we still have the trucks. We have ones that come with the City of Prospect, but we also have ones that come without the city. And I just think if we're part of the scheme, even when it goes to other suburbs, those whole 6 or 5 names should be on it. But apart from that, it's going to be more and more important, the waste products and that, so I endorse it.
Any further debate? Councillor Backer, wish to sum up.
I just briefly, Councillor Harris comment about not having a brand deal. I don't actually have a problem with that because I think East Waste represents the fact that it's collaborated. It's where it's from. Probably maybe a particular value. It's got monsters inside their truck, garbage monsters. So anything that
I do see the debate was in favour. Yes, carried unanimously. Item 1312, draft planning and design codes out of council here only. Recommendation on page 218. So it has a mover as recommended on page 218. The back of it, speak to it.
Yeah, just briefly, I had the fortune of going to SCAP planning department talking about some of these changes, and it was not highlighted in this particular out of council's outback, because this actually affects the beach areas and some of the ocean areas as well. And we actually, that was a sort of feedback that we actually found quite misleading. And obviously, okay, from our point of view, we're Prospect, we're from the hill, you know, we're not near the coast. For a lot of our cousins down by the beach, this does affect them as well. I think the feedback is from our planning team is decidedly strong, and it needs to be, because again, this overarching framework is the same framework that's looking to filter down to what we're doing in the metro areas. And there's an absence of discussion about quality design outcomes. We continually give feedback to the state about the importance of this. So I think, you know, strong is good. Whether they'll listen or not, I don't know. But I know this doesn't seem like it's relevant to us, but the framework is what they're going to replicate for the Metro Council. So if you haven't read it in detail, do have a read and let your residents know.
Seconded, Councillor May.
Yes, I back what Councillor Back is saying, and say thank you to our staff. And it is very important. Don't just think that this is just going to necessarily apply to where and outback somewhere. Picking up, I attended the same consultation session with the Michael Little and that, and had some very vocal elected members from our seaside councils that were saying that, you know, this will definitely affect them, and they've had lots of problems and issues. So I think that was totally noted at that discussion. I note that our staff recommended about the construction of domestic outbuildings with substantial wall heights on common boundaries is a current issue that's causing community concern, and that the draft code in its current form does not appear to address this issue, and draft policies seem to be facilitating this type of development, and that this would be of concern to the city of Prospect and its community if we get that replicated. So I'm glad they picked up on that, and there were quite a few others there that I'm glad that the staff picked up as well.
Thank you. Councillor Rick.
I'd like to echo the comments of Councillor De Backer and Councillor Barnett. In particular, when I read this report, I'm actually really glad I had the opportunity to go to that session, one of the sessions in the city room there with yourself as well, Councillor Barnett and Councillor De Backer, where it says here, planning and design code, out of council's outback only, on page 217, and it says phase 1, code introduced to the outback, land not within a council area. How many people here think that means Tennyson? It does. I mean, that is, I just find that really, with the titles, so misleading. Tennyson, semaphore, the coastal strips are deemed to be outback in this. I found that baffling. And so that doesn't affect outback, it affects metro councils. It affects all the way along the coast. So I find what I've learned so much from attending that session, I don't understand for the life of me how you can deem metro coastal line to be outback, but apparently you can. So I really do echo Councillor De Backer said, make sure you read this in detail, because I learned a lot from that session.
Further debate? Just from the chair, I once again have the joy of being a local government rep, the elected rep, on the Minister's Liaison Group regarding the planning reforms. And the most recent meeting was at 3 o'clock today, perchance. And I made it really clear on behalf of the sector that it's very difficult to provide useful feedback when we see things in bits and pieces as we are. Notwithstanding, it's a difficult task to write a whole heap of reforms all at once, but the sector is anxious about the way the information is coming out, an incomplete picture. Secondly, really emphasising that design is of paramount importance to us and our community, and that we still haven't seen the design guidelines nor how good design will be enforceable, and that we'll be able to win those arguments in court. I'm sure that those guidelines are being written and will come out in the second half of the year. Then point out that they're going to get a lot of feedback from councils like ours around the outback and beaches code, because we're setting up a lot of precedents that will roll into regional one and then into the metro one. And I think it's important that they take it on board. They promised to do that. They are listening. They're trying to get the thing working to the best of their ability. I don't doubt the good intent of them. But there's some clear feedback here around design, around controlling some of the impacts that I don't think is done well enough, and in the heritage and heritage conservation zones aspect, I don't think it's done well enough. I think it's got a long way to travel in terms of it being improved, and we need to keep a really close eye on this. I know our team, I know the CEO is very interested in this topic, and we're having as much impact as we can as a council our size can reasonably do. I think probably beyond what would be reasonable for us. And I commend the team for doing that. I think the response is more than adequate. In fact, it points out some really good things that have impacts beyond this code into what might affect us later on. So I just urge people to keep an eye on this topic. It'll be another 2 years before we'll see all of the code out and in use. And in the meantime, the e-planning module is also being released, so we'll see how it works electronically, And I've made it really clear we want it to be really easy for people to use. So they can see very quickly what they're entitled to do on their own property and what their neighbours are entitled to do. At the moment it's all a bit obscure. So I commend the motion to you as it is and thank the staff for their submission. Any further debate? If not, councillor at the back, if you should sum up. Concludes debate, all those in favour? Against, it's carried unanimous. Point 13, the process and merits of state heritage existing the Prospect Air Raid Communications Centre. Somebody wish to move it as on page 240. Councillor Barnett, you speak to it.
Yes, so this continues on from where discussed previously. I think the workshop. Anyway, I can't remember somewhere. I commend this to elected members. We still have a way to go, like to get some of the research a bit more firmly in place. I think it's got a lot of the bones now being fleshed out more for application for estate heritage. And it's getting some more that are recognised as experts because it's PhD, Bill Johnson, and a few others like that can really shape the process. And Prospect Local History Group are very keen to be of assistance and do a lot of that research gathering. I think that we don't have too many things on the city Prospect state heritage, and I just think that over the years, Prospect Local History Group put in an application to go anywhere because I think we're really still we're in the process of gathering a whole lot more. So we have now quite a lot of documented evidence and more research has been gathered. So I think that I would, we Prospect Local History Group, we think it would be fantastic if we could get on with this. And it is very quite unusual structure for a council to have in this area. We're, in a sense, very lucky to be able to have inherited this. And so I think if we're custodians of the future of items such as this in our city, owes us to continue on the process. So I hope everybody will support it.
Thank you. Let us see. On that show.
Obviously, looking at the criteria on page 245, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 criteria that are outlined against which these are assessed. And I'm not an expert in this area, but it looks to me like it would probably tick at least 3 of those boxes. And I think the local history group is going to be really important in this process to paint a picture which supports and enhances the proposal. I thank them for their participation and their strong passion and interest in this project.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Rick?
Yeah, look, I fully support the intent of this motion. I do have some questions, or a couple of questions for the administration. I did attend with my family the Prospect Air Raid Shelter Tour on the weekend. Found it fascinating. I know we've been previously, but I learned so much more from the second visit. And the Prospect Local, one of the members of the Prospect Local History Group was talking about the need to fully upgrade and I guess refurb the place downstairs. If you haven't been downstairs, I do encourage you to have a look because the state of the building inside is not in a good condition at all at the moment. The Prospect Group is saying that it could cost anywhere just to remove salt damp and paint and tidy up downstairs, $250,000. They were saying $250,000. My question is, if we if we support this, it goes to state heritage, it becomes a state heritage listed item. Does that limit the future use of the building? So, for example, if a community cafe wants to go in there and operate, would they be allowed to make modifications inside to the building to run that? If they want to bring more people into the space, would they be allowed to modify the building and run yoga classes, other community activities and events if it becomes state heritage listed?
Take the question, the short answer is yes. What extent is always the issue. And just to remind people that the stairs don't apply with current building code. So it's not a straightforward answer. I'll see how you should add anything to that.
Thank you very much, Mayor. If it is state heritage listed, then there are more strict provisions in relation to undertaking any operation requiring approval, a significant approval process. And then in terms of the change of use, that also requires planning approval, and it is much more complicated to then undertake any sort of building maintenance, both externally and internally. When it's listed for local heritage, the listing generally applies to the externalities of the site, not the internal part of it. The state heritage also applies to the internal part of the building.
Councillor.
Yeah, and I know from having talks on the weekend with the Prospect Local History Group, they were saying that they know it's unrealistic to expect council to say foot the bill of upgrading every component of it, but they do also understand that if they're going to get funding to refurb the whole building in the long term, then they want to increase the visitor numbers and make it more attractive. So, look, I'll support the intent of the motion, but I just do want it noted that we do have to be careful that we about and think about the impact of future use of the building if groups are wanting to bring extra people in, how that will actually, if it's state heritage listed, how that will actually impact the future community use of the building.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Back.
Look, again, like I said, I'm a member of this Prospect Local History Group, but I have a bit more of a common sense approach to state heritage listing because it's important to the area. Obviously, people within the community express a desire to, fit out whatever. It's actually just to preserve it. We're custodians, so that could be something that comes back from grants and budget discussions. But I think what this process does, and I think this is a really good process, because we probably have lots of other, places and buildings and things within our community that are worthy of state heritage listing that may only have local heritage listing at the moment. So I think this process is informative, and I think it doesn't have to meet all the criteria, but it does have to meet some of the criteria. So I think as custodians, I think what this process does is secure its future, and really it's up to what happens in the future in the budget process, but it may just be that it preserves it as is.
Okay.
Further debate? Councillor Barnett, wish to sum up?
Yes, as been pointed out, one of the clear criteria and guidelines, and also in our own strategic plan that is about, talks about our heritage and us, what we've inherited from the past and conserve and pass on to future generations and all that thing. Brings to mind most probably some good examples, but the births, deaths place on the King William Street and all that. State heritage has had a lot of different uses over the past, and now it's going to have a bit more optimistic future with its next owner. So I don't think, as has been pointed out, you do have to be a bit more careful perhaps with state heritage listing, but it doesn't preclude a lot of other activities actually taking place. And I think, of course, the Prospect Local History Group would be keen to have it, a whole lot more done to it, but I think it's just being very realistic, and just if we can just, get certain things done. It's already started the process with council's help with the pumping water out. So very slightly at the moment, regardless of what listing it has, with all the graffiti and stuff like that in it. And I don't think we can hold our heads up very high, just even at the moment, with its local heritage listing of how it has been not very well looked after. So I think we can just make this the next step and little steps. And also with the state heritage listing, we can get much bigger grants. The state, this current state government has introduced a new grant, which because it's locally heritage listed at the moment, we can't apply for it. So if a state heritage listing, I have a bit, bit more of a more than an altruistic motive that there are ways that we can perhaps get more money for it as well to do it up. So I hope everybody will support it.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Yes, carried unanimously. Yes. Item 13, 14, traffic management on Churchill Road. Someone like to move the recommendation on page 266. Yeah, speak to it.
I would have got a couple of questions asked first of all. Looking at the executive summary on page 266, comparing the motion outlined in item 1.1 with the recommendations, particularly 2.2, there's a bit of an inconsistency there. The motion isn't specific with regards to right-hand turns, whereas the recommendation seems to be. And as the person who put forward the motion, the intention of the motion was not to isolate right-hand turns as the issue, because I think it's a broader issue. So I'm not sure whether we could just go ahead with that or whether we need to make an amendment. Second point, and this is a question for the Director of Infrastructure and Environment. A meeting was held between us and DIPTI, and they indicated that they may be able to provide a financial contribution to a traffic study subject to review of costs involved. Is the $20,000 proposed adjustment the whole cost of carrying out the review, or is that the cost of the review, which we might go to DIPTI and ask them to share the cost of?
Question, Director.
Through the chair, $20,000 is the total cost. If council resolves to go ahead with this resolution, we go back to DIPTI and say, good, council's going to probably need to conduct a study, like contribute 50%, for example, and we'll get some feedback from them. So we're asking for a $20,000 adjustment, but that would be offset by any funding that we receive from DIPTI.
Okay, there might be further questions from other elected members, so I'll move on to speaking to the motion, if that's okay. So, conscious of the fact that there's been quite a bit of discussion in the meeting tonight around traffic management, and conscious of the fact that there's a growing appetite for seeing what we can do to take a holistic approach to create a blueprint for how we deal with traffic issues in the future. I still think this is worthy of supporting and moving ahead with. And I say that for a couple of reasons. One, I think we need to make a start in some areas, and just Churchill Road is a significant part of our city. I probably should also point out that it specifies between Regency Road and Torrens Road, and as that council area does in fact extend past the other side of Regency Road, it might have been reasonable to include that in there, but that was probably an error in the actual motion in the first instance. So Churchill Road is, particularly the residents on Churchill Road and Davenport Terrace and the side streets which exit out onto Churchill Road, have probably borne the brunt of the biggest changes that we've experienced in the city over the last 5 years, and they probably will continue to as well. Churchill Road has to less of a degree, and Maynooth Road and other main roads in the city haven't yet, but may in the future experience significant changes. So based on that fact, I think it's reasonable for us to, we kind of celebrate the successes of areas like Churchill Road, but we also have to be wary of the potentially unintended consequences of that success, and people along that stretch of road are already being impacted by changing traffic conditions and will continue to do so in the future. So I think now's the right time to start designing an outcome for how we address the issues on Churchill Road, and I think that if we're clever about how we do it, then the outcomes that we design can be incorporated as part of the blueprint for the future that can be applied to other main roads. So I don't think this is a piece of work which is only going to provide a benefit to one small segment of our community. I think that we can incorporate this and share the learnings and reuse the learnings should we get the opportunity to work on a holistic road traffic management plan. So I'm interested in thoughts around the table, but I think it's a worthwhile exercise to get stuck into.
Thank you. Have a second. Councillor Barnett, just speak to it.
Yes, certainly. I mean, this has not just been an isolated few instances. Certainly came out of the election process, and but also there have been letters written to council about complaining about this. I remember one was a chap that was trying to take his child to school, talking about taking children to school in so where Clifton Street goes, down into there's Devonport Terrace, and then it's virtually got the tail end of Clifton Street over the western side of Churchill Road. We're trying to come up, and he's tried several different ways to turn right to go down towards Torrens Road, but you can't see when you're there because we're off the hill and site. So we've got site issues in a lot of those places just along Avenue Clifton and down there. And as my co-councillor has said in moving it, that this could, it looks like the deputy, would be quite keen to chip in. So hopefully, if it happens here, we can perhaps start doing it on some of our other roads as well. And because, I think it's clear from what other elected members and certainly residents say to us that, it just is so difficult to turn right, whether you're going to turn right and go down north, or you're going to be on the other side, turn right, go down south. So I know my experience is pretty similar to what I hear from a lot of other residents across our city, not just here, and that is that you usually, you have to go down a few more blocks, turn left, then get over into the right lane, and, and you have to do a real roundabout way. So that's why I'll be very pleased to see what happens with the report that's going to come up looking at traffic across the whole city. But I think if we could start here, it looks like hopefully we've got Dick T on side. So let's go for it.
Any further debate? Councillor Rick and then Chris.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely going to support this because, as I said previously, I believe when this first came up, it'd be really good to see how this goes as a pilot study, and you could mirror the same sort of study with Main North Road. It's a shocker, Main North Road as well, to try and turn right. I practically give up any time during the day trying to turn right onto Main North from side streets, and turning left as well can be difficult depending on the time. Not sure, maybe in summing up the motion, if the mover could just identify whether the intent of the motion is looking at left-hand turns and right-hand turns, that would be good, or is it mainly just focused on right-hand turns? I'd like some clarification potentially on that. So, but apart from that, the intent of the motion is great.
Before you resume, you see the mover indicated that he'd love to include left-hand turns. There's a mover couldn't amend.
Oh, what a shame. Well, I'll just have to move an amendment that we include in the item. Sorry, it's item 2, isn't it? This movement's on the screen. Yeah, item 2, left and right-hand turns are considered in the report.
It's for earlier tonight, much earlier it seems. I'll ask the mover who's happy to incorporate the change. Seconder.
Yes.
You signaling the meeting, incorporate the change, all those in favour? Yes, it's carried and thus incorporated. Thank you. Anything further, councillor?
It's a good motion.
Councillor Brief.
At the risk of repeating some of the comments that were made, I'm going to repeat some of the comments that have been made, particularly the one in terms of the left and right. Thank you, Councillor Britt, for that amendment. So I think there is an inconsistency between those, and also thank you to Councillor Larwood for raising that. I am a little concerned about, again, here is the third, as we saw earlier tonight, third traffic management intervention that we're doing without reference to anything else in the city. And for me, that is a concern. And there's also a $20,000 fee attached to it. Now, that's not a material cost in our $20 million budget, but it is still, it's unfunded, so it's going to be an unfavourable item that comes to us in the next budget review process. So, as we all do with great discipline, I'm looking to see, well, what are we offsetting to? I mean, that's a cost foregone. Sorry, that's a cost where we're foregoing something else in council. So whether that's a tree, whether it's a path, whether it's a gutter, whatever it is, that's money that we're not using somewhere else. Not to say it's not good use of money, but I'm just a bit concerned about that. And so it does feel like this is one of a million traffic issues that we're spending a considerable amount of money on without it being part of that broader conversation. That all said, I will probably be supporting it unless someone can convince me otherwise, because we're not committing to any action. This is a bit of information. I think it's unfair that we're just looking at Churchill Road, because the same issues that apply Prospect Road to Main North Road to Hampstead Road to Regency Road, any major arterial road, we've got the same issue, trying to get out in the morning, trying to get out in the afternoon, and the left-hand turn, the right-hand turn. And it's probably a bit of a first world problem that we've got to go around the block to get onto a road, or we've got to wait for 5 minutes. We talked earlier about some other things happening in the world, and I think waiting an extra few minutes to turn is probably not the biggest issue, but it is an annoyance, and I think it does go to amendments of the local area. I'm talking about traffic with residents. Someone once said to me, we live 3 kilometres from the middle of a capital city in Australia. What do you expect about, we're going to get traffic? And I thought that was a very practical kind of commentary about some of the issues we're dealing with. Not to say we shouldn't do it, of course. I'm going to make a separate amendment, however, because I think, as is my right, just in relation to the number 2. So just in relation to the reference between Torrens and Regency Road, before I make the amendment, I'd just like to ask through the chair why we excluded north of Regency Road, because I would have thought they're part of our council, they're going to have exactly the same issues. If you've ever been to Bunnings and try and get out and weave your way back, there's issues there. I just think that probably should be part of the pilot side as well. But before I conclude on my amendment, if I can, Mayor, maybe ask the question why that was excluded, if there was perhaps a reason not to include it.
Director?
Through the chair, the reason why we chose between Regency Road and Torrens Road is on big choose. It was in the original resolution. The council meets with DIPTO in order to discuss opportunities to break up the flow of traffic on Churchill Road between Regency Road and Torrens Road. Hence why we did that.
And that's quite reasonable. I just mentioned to the Deputy Mayor, we can blame him therefore for that. I will go ahead with the amendment and just seek the chair. Yes. No, so what I want to do is delete the words from between Torrens Road and Regency Road, just delete that part of the sentence. So we're just talking about, and then add in within council boundaries. That's clear. It's all Churchill Road that we're kind of responsible for.
As per previous move, we have to incorporate the change. Yes. Seconded. Yes, the meeting was in favour of incorporating the change. So that's incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you. So look, I will support the motion. I just want to be clear though that we really need to have this as integrated as part of our broader conversations around traffic. And I think in having the conversation, particularly with DIPT, is thinking through how any modifications, any treatments actually apply to our other main arterial roads. I don't think you should look at Churchill Road just in isolation.
Any further debate? What's at the back?
Yeah, so share some centre to Council Green, thank you for the amendment. Look, I love my data, the crash data from Planning SA, and actually shows Regency Road, intersection and Alabama, there's big crash dots. Now obviously, half of which is unreported, but double it across the whole local government area. So I think it's important that we do look the whole length of Churchill Road. again, a bit like some of the other motions we had earlier with community expectations and what we can actually deliver. So we've had huge uplift on Churchill Road. So instead of 1 or 2 cars coming out a driveway, you've now got 20 cars coming out that one driveway. So obviously collectively along that whole road. And I kind of agree, we are within career one of the it's getting bigger cities in Australia, and the traffic is slow and there are areas to turn. I've been recently travelling up Winburn Road, and some of those roads don't have any areas to turn. And you're up to someone's, and I think we have to sort of balance out, okay, it might be slow, it might be inconvenient, but look at the safety aspects as well. So I'd be interested to see what comes back from it, but looking at the crash data, certainly intersection of Regency Road and Alabama, which is kind of north, it might be that money needs to be spent there prior to being spent further down Churchill Road.
Thank you. Just briefly from the chair, we did a study on Main North Road, and we spent money, good money, because we were told that the department required data before we could have a conversation. Well, we spent a lot of money proving to ourselves that there were nil people turning right from Thomas Street onto Main North Road, which is where many of us suggested we should have some traffic lights. Well, it's quite impressive for a consultant to tell us that, given that there's a solid median there, which makes it physically visible. So we get that data back, which proved that there was no demand at Thomas Street. I thought was one of the more useless expenditures we've had at this council. And so all I did was make a comment saying, please don't hire that firm again, because that didn't help us at all, probably set us back. And I think the turning right on Main North Road agenda is still alive because it's very hard to do. I support this item because it's difficult on Churchill Road. But I do agree with other speakers that we've got to be careful how we spend this money and what we're trying to do. So I think the brief has got to be incredibly tight and written around providing the data that we need to get something to change, not just to record what's happened. There's, lies down lies and statistics. Well, in this case, we need the statistics to work to our advantage. The issue at Alabama is quite interesting. Having done door knocking up there, Alabama residents are a bit grumpy that they're getting a lot more traffic now because you can't turn into Livingston like you used to because of the traffic lights are there for the Bunnings development and other things. And you're not supposed to turn right into Livingston from the top of Prospect Road. So they've got a fair bit of traffic along Alabama already. However, the traffic lights do break up the traffic on Churchill Road. So you think that that would be safer coming in and out of Alabama. So I'd like to see what the data tells us about that. Equally, on Churchill Road, we haven't got any strong collector roads or secondary roads emerging onto Churchill. The traffic movements are quite dispersed, I think is the language along there. So if we wanted to break up the traffic, where would we put an intervention? That would make sense. And you kind of think, well, Pym and Belton would make sense because they go across the train line and they're dangerous places. Simply putting lights in would break up the flow, which enable people to come out of all the other little streets. And that gets back to how we write the brief. I'm personally not interested in data that tells us what's happening tomorrow. I'm interested in data that helps us achieve what our objectives are. That comes back to Councillor Group's real good point that if we keep looking at these things in isolation, we'll get nowhere except burning our money. And I think we've got to be pretty honest, and you've got good people on the team, CEO, have a good hard think about this before you write the brief, before you spend our money. Think about what the issues are, what the likely resolutions will be, and then engage someone to prove it up. That's my suggestion. You go hard, but I'll support this in order to get the budget line in place because it is an issue down there. It's getting more difficult. But please be careful about how we write the book. Thank you. Any further debate? That being the case, back to Deputy Mayor to sum up.
Thanks everyone for your contributions. Some valid points made here, and I think the most recent point made by the Mayor is probably the most relevant one. I think we need to make it clear. I think we have an understanding of what our expectations, what we're looking for here is. We don't need a consultant to come in and tell us something that we can all see. So yeah, defining the brief is super important. And I think just to reiterate, I think the outcomes of this study can be applied in some way, shape or form. I liked Councillor Barnett's suggestion that if we can get DIPT to enter into a collaborative approach. In this example, I don't know how DIPT works, but if we can, it could create a precedence which we can leverage in other areas. What do we say? I commend the motion.
All those in favour? Against? Again, all those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. I draw your attention to the time, it's 10:30. We need a motion to extend. If we want to extend, I suggest someone moves that we extend to 11. Councillor Harris is prepared to do so.
11. Okay.
Your motion.
Oh, no, I'm happy 11.
No, not a seconder. Councillor Riddle.
Second.
Debate, no. All those in favour? Yes, carried unanimously. On we go. Item 13:15, Community Hub Library Innovation Centre, the quick facility naming. I'm happy to move the recommendations on page 275.
I would like to move this motion in order to get it on the floor because I'm interested in a discussion from the members on various aspects of the motion.
Thank you. Is that all of your speech?
That's fine.
Well, you only get the right to sum up if that's correct. It's okay, I think.
It's a new,
Do you do? Take a second.
Okay, question, possible?
So the second there, I'll allow a brief question.
Could this actually be moved and seconded in parts, taken in parts in that way, not for the voting, but for the moving and seconding? I'm happy with some of it, but I'm not happy with other bits.
I can ask for it to be moved and seconded and pass. I'll ask if someone wishes to second it just to get it on the floor, then I'm happy to ask for it to be moved, ask for it to be taken in parts. Someone wishing to second it as it is to get it on the floor. Thank you. Councillor Group, you wish to speak to it?
I will speak to it. I'm unenthusiastically seconding it, but I'm purely to do so to get it onto the floor. Look, I will request open voting is taken in parts. I will start with that, if that's okay, Mayor.
Yes, happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. So look, I mean, this is a long journey. I don't think we've kind of nailed it yet. And so, look, I'm quite happy with the internal meeting spaces naming. I think that we've actually nailed that. I think it's actually quite good. We've sort of picked up an inclusive theme around a whole range of things that we have within the City of Prospect, so I'm quite supportive of that. Dingley Dell will be a room that will have great demand, maybe yes, demand, let's say demand, but that's interesting. Look, I think for me it's really the issue about point number 3, and by virtue of point number 3, point number 4, which is around the name of the actual facility itself. I'm not, I won't be in favour of calling it Prospect 128 at this point, not to say I might not be at another occasion, but I'm still of the view that we need to pursue that a little bit further. I think at the workshop that we had a couple of weeks ago where we talked about the naming conventions, there was not consensus. And I think this is premature to come. I think the internal I'm quite comfortable with. I think the name of the external building, we're just a little bit too soon. We haven't, I think for new councillors who've come on board, this has been ongoing, but you've only had the benefit or hindsight of this for a couple of months. And I know we're getting to the point where we need to know to kind of secure a name. But I think in fairness to new councillors, you need more time. I think you should have more time to think this through. I'm sort of the view that we need to look at how we can incorporate Indigenous name into the building itself. And that may not necessarily be my final position, but I just don't think we've explored that enough. We've certainly offered up some just saying to the internal rooms. I think that's great. I don't feel that quite goes far enough, so I will still want to be pursuing that. But I just don't think no one is excited by Prospect 128 despite the review of the consultant. I just don't think it is. We all would have got an email during the week from somebody who shared that view from a resident, and I just think I won't be supporting that particular notion. I think we need to, I'm not saying that one particular view is the view of the community, by the way, far from it, but I just think it's not really capturing it for me. I won't be supporting recommendation 3. I'd be seeking some advice from administration as to whether, if I don't support recommendation 3, whether it would be appropriate or not to support recommendation 4, given that the Chief Executive Officer will not be able to finalise the desired signage, potentially if we haven't actually nailed the name of the actual building. So maybe I'll ask those as a question. Recommendation 3 does not get up. Does that mean recommendation 4 becomes ultra vires? Null and void? I'm not sure what the terminology is.
So yeah,
Thank you very much. As we progress to the end date of the construction, the timeframe in relation to issuing the tender package on signage and wayfinding becomes much more critical. If you endorse number 2, I will be suggesting Councillor may wish to amend that so that the signage and wayfinding package relates to the internalities of the building and not the naming of the building, in order for the team to be able to progress that to a lot of signage to deliver on site.
Look, very happy with that response, because I wouldn't want anyone to hold up the bits we agree to, so I'll make sure you've got free carriage to be able to take that forward. So overall, happy with the report, happy with the bulk of it. I'm just not supportive of the name Prospect 128 at this point, and feel it should probably go back to workshop for some more discussion.
thank you. Further debate. Councillor Rick.
I echo the complete words of Councillor Groot. I'm happy with obviously recommendation 1 and 2. Not happy with recommendation 3 at this stage, and I wasn't sure again whether with recommendation 4 whether that follows suit. But from the CEO's response, my understanding is that if we endorse number 2, the CEO will finalise signage for number 2, but number 3 would then come back to us. It's my understanding if we don't support 3.
Sorry, can I just ask from the chair? The external signage is not going to look like the internal signage because it's all black sits in the air sort of thing. If we move forward tonight and subsequently move at another point in time a name for the whole facility, what will you do about the design of the external signage, which we haven't seen any concepts? Or will you attach a process about the design to that subsequent motion? Can you give some guidance on that?
Thank you, Mayor. So clearly we would need to engage with the council in relation to the form of the signage once you go to much of the internal signage and wayfinding can stand on its own without necessarily impacting on the form of the sign that you want to have at the front of the building, because a lot of that signage relates to access to different parts of the building, including toilets and the room names, etc. So we would bring back a structure for you to consider the name of the building and then the form of the signage that you want to actually have placed on the building.
Thank you. Any further, Councillor? Any further debates?
Probably echo some of the sentiments around the room. I think the workshop's kind of underwhelming, and considering it's such a significant building, I think it just deserves a bit more attention. Look, I have been driving past Walkerville Library and Civic Centre, and they actually have Walkerville Library and Civic Centre on the front and the side. It's magic. One of the things about just having a pretty building, and they do have a pretty building, so we've got the same architects, which is another pretty building, is that it's dead outside. There is no activation on the front. So I think one of the key things that put the signage to one side, we actually need it to be activated. We need people at the front, which means we need some sort of shade cover, vines, whatever you call it. We also need to say you are welcome. You can hire spaces here, and that needs to be prominent at the front of the building. So I'm really keen to see what we're doing at the front, saying, this is a busy space and please use this space, please hire me. Whereas Walkerville does none of that. All it says is what it is. It doesn't actually say, please hire me, you know, gallery space or whatever. So I'm really encouraged the fact that the Newmarch Gallery, the creative team that we've got behind the gallery and volunteers will get that window activated. That's going to look amazing and that's going to draw attention. So that's really great. I would still like to see the words Town Hall actually written on the Town Hall, even if it's not in bright fluorescent, it can just be shade on shade. And also as you approach from the side, that hasn't been taken into account anywhere. So I'm reluctant to support part 3 in the fact that it doesn't actually address the Town Hall signage saying Town Hall. Because as you approach from Prospect Road, there's no inn. So this is only elevation, and by the way, if you see that elevation, you've driven too far. So I think we're kind of missing the mark on quite a few things. In the meeting room's fine. That's no problems. We know the report. But on level 3, item 3, and also I think there needs to be probably an item 5, just in relation to, okay, let's do the dummy run as we're coming through to the Town Hall / library from Prospect Road. Is it really clear this is where it is? And I don't think the current signage addresses that. Because I haven't seen an elevation from Vine Street and the approach. So that would be my comments, and I'd probably be voting the same way as other councils.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Barnett.
Yes, I'm happy to have some more discussion on part 3. I think it's a bit confusing as you go reading throughout. Prospect Long 28, you either see it as 2 words, 1 word, and I read a bit more, 1 word, another, or 2 words. So again, I really wasn't quite sure which one it actually was. So if we are going to be revisiting part 3, I think, you know, but I don't know where we're going to get other inspiration from. That's my only desperate little thought. But maybe we're thinking for part 3 that this first workshop wasn't quite enough for us. So I look forward to whatever council decides.
It's briefly from the Chair, it is a sensitive issue. I kind of agree with Councillor De Backer that the internal staff done that. I'm not perhaps as big a fan of the big black stripes as other people might be. Writing that runs down towards the floor is a bit odd, but I mean, I think that's something the CEO can go and play with. I'm not sure where that stuff sits either. The Cardi Wobbly, I think it's a nice name, but I don't know that the kids need to see letters on a big black stripe. Looks a bit corporate to me. But I'm happy that you go away and work with the gurus about how that stuff works and whether it all needs to be so uniform and dramatic. The external stuff I think is really sensitive, and we're not any further advanced than I've expressed my view before. I'm quite happy to see a number of signs outside, not 50. But I do think it looks a bit like a village in terms of, you know, we've got a cafe, we've got a town hall, we've got an entry, we've got a gallery, and we've got a side entrance. So I've got no problem with there being a concept that comes back saying you've got 5 branding opportunities here. Here's how you can use them all to create an atmosphere that's not corporate, that is inclusive, that is kind of engaging. And you only have to look at the side of Sunny's to work out how to do it. You know, it's got bought signs from, you know, Vietnam and Thailand and whack them up on the wall like decoration. They're not really signs. They're doing something else. And it is about building an atmosphere around that store, which I think is really incredible. I'm not saying we do what Sunny's have done, but I just think the outside is an opportunity missed at this point. And I'd like to see a good concept art. In terms of the name, I'm happy not to support item 3 at this point, if it comes to me. But I have to say, we haven't come up with a better one. And I agree with Councillor Barnett, where's our inspiration come from? At some point, the team need to get organised and not just with an outcome, but obviously with a process. Given us a process and it's drawn a blank. Engage a consultant, it's drawn a blank. We've gone to community consultation and we haven't really, been excited by what they've said. So I think the staff will be, quite rightly scratching their head saying, where do we go next? I'm happy to try and work with them on your behalf, but we need to get serious about this. It's not good enough for us to keep saying no. We need to obviously put up something that's going to help either a process or an outcome or some suggestions. I went on to Google and said library names, and somebody has come up with a naming wizard, which I thought was really funny. So you can get hundreds of names for libraries if you want. I thought it was really cute. So don't do that. It'll easily say Prospect Library. So it's not just a library, which is part of our dilemma. So I encourage the team to go and take the feedback positively about the internal names, to take on board comments about how it appears inside, but to also take on board that we want something a bit more interesting and perhaps a bit more challenging about the overall naming, if that's what happens to the vote tonight. And maybe we if interested in an Indigenous name to really, flesh that one out. Maybe we have a workshop with some Ghana people to try and help us understand what they would respect and not with regard to the name. So we've got to be careful we don't be patronising to that provided language. So, but it's a fair bit there. So I'm happy to support 1 and 2 and not 3, and I'm cautious about 4 in terms of the external elements. I think CEO's taken up notes to know what our intent is. Any further debate? Councillor Hicks.
Yeah, just quickly, I think I agree with what I think I agree with what everyone has said.
You can change that if you want.
No, it's pretty much spot on. I think Alan made a comment at the last meeting that we spent a fair bit of money on a consultant who I think gave a good presentation and narrowed it down to a small group of names, and we couldn't really decide on the night. And I for one, didn't mind Prospect 1 to 8, but that's my opinion. Everyone else seems to be against it. We're really only going to get one crack at this, and once it's up, it's up. And you look ridiculous if after 2 years, we've got something better, and we'll pull that down and put this in. So it's a pretty big issue. And as I said, I thought she gave a good presentation. I don't know about the numerology, that bullshit, but anyway. That's good, but like Alan said, we spent a bit of money on her, and everyone's giving good input here. And I think we've got it down to, when Nathan was there, we've got it down to a crunch of about 4 names, I think, around that number. Now, if we didn't like any of them, we've got to find one soon. And it's like David said, it's a big issue, but I don't know how it's going to be resolved. But it just comes down to a secret vote, perhaps, or something, I don't know. But I think everyone's on the right path, but I don't think it is.
Thank you.
Except I like Prospect 1 to 8.
Any further? Councillor Webb.
Well, I don't agree with Councillor Pearce. I thought the options that were presented on the night were pretty boring, and I stated on that night, if I had to choose one of those 3, I would go for that one, but it wasn't an option that I would choose. I think it's boring. I think it's unimaginative. It's not creative. I think we could do better, but I do understand that. Where do we get that incentive? Where do we get the idea, the inspiration from? So that's a hard one. I won't be supporting that point 3 tonight.
Thank you. Any further debate? No. Thank you, Councillor Harris. That brings us back to Deputy Mayor Lowe. If you wish to sum up.
Okay, so I actually like Prospect 1 to 8. I think I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know, as the chair said, I don't know where we're going to get our inspiration from. We've been through all the typical processes that we go through. We've had an internal team thinking about this long and hard. We've had ideas rolling around in our minds for 2 or 3 years now. We've engaged a consultant to help us understand the ways that people might think about this. And so I think we've put a lot of work into getting to this point. And I can understand, I respect the sentiment of people who don't agree and won't be supporting that part of the motion, but I think it's actually really disappointing. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to a workshop, and there's going to be 20 people sitting around a room, and we're going to have a similar round of discussions, and then we're going to, I don't know what we're going to do, throw a whole bunch of names in the air, and the one that the chicken comes along and pecks first, we might choose that one, sort of like the World Cup.
I was just thinking that. I was just thinking, sorting out.
So I think I'm a bit frustrated that we've got this far, and we're going to turn around and go, nah. But I respect that people don't have as much confidence in the name, and they want to go through that process. But I, for one, like that, and will continue to support that name through this process. I think also there is an opportunity to really make a great impact with signage at the front, and we need to tread a line between not doing anything substantial enough so that it's noticeable, but the other end of the spectrum is looking like with the Royal Show and sideshow outlets down that way, and the clown games are down there, and those kind of things like that. So we've really got to be careful that we don't get too carried away and turn it into like a novelty thing as well. But thanks for the discussion, everybody, and interested to see how the voting goes.
Okay, close the debate. All those in favour of part 1? Yes, carried unanimously. All those in favour of part 2? Yes, carried unanimously. All those in favour of part 3? Against? It's lost. All those in favour of part 4? Against part 4? Sorry, all those in favour of part 4? All those against part 4? I can't, sorry, it's kind of clear, but I need to make sure everyone's got their hand to something. All those in favour of part 4? All those against part 4?
Sorry.
Lost. Okay. CEO, that probably means, thank you everybody, it probably means you've got to get back to us fairly quickly because you...
We should send in suggestions if we got suggestions to, or send to each other.
We should actually, I don't sleep that well, I may as well sit up.
Shall we?
Okay, item 1316, we've got extended to 11 o'clock, which gives us 8 minutes unless we choose to extend again. 1316 Memorial Gardens Pine Trees. Someone happy to move the recommendation on 292, 293?
Like to move an amendment when you're ready. Just thought I'd let you know.
Boys, he's waiting.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, happy to move it?
I'd like to limit it to this, but I'd be happy to, I'd be happy to consider an amendment if one should be forthcoming.
Sure. Wish to speak to it any further?
No, this one.
So I'll second that. Councillor Rick, wish to speak to it?
Just to say that I'll be happy to listen and take on board feedback for amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, wish to speak to it?
Yes, while supporting it, I'm not on the right page. I would like to go to the third dot point, and I don't believe it should come out of our street tree planting program because it's really not on the street, debatable, but it's not on the actual street. I still think the whole thing is very important. I reckon I've stood there for 30 odd Anzacs and hardly ever seen because that trees in front of you. I support the whole lot, but it should come out of our parks area because it's a park. And the only thing I would be going to move amendment if people don't accept it, that we change the word street planting program to the parks program. I'm not sure if that's the wording, parks program.
Reserves, is it? Parks and reserves?
First, you send it into a question.
Okay, I'll turn it into a question. First of all, my question is, where we've got in point 3 street tree planting program, does that mean our street tree planting program or our parks planting program?
Question, Director.
Through the chair, The intention of the recommendation is to come from the next year's street tree cleaning program, but if council want to come from another program, it could come from our parks maintenance budget.
Thank you, councillor.
On that answer, I would be going to move amendment if people don't accept the wording to from the parks maintenance budget. That's what I would move if people don't accept it.
Thank you. As per before, us, we were happy to incorporate such a change. Thank you. And seconded. Seek leave the meeting to incorporate. All those in favour? Against, is carried with us incorporate. Thank you, councillor. Anything further?
Yes, just very briefly, I think it's a very good idea, and even though it's a sad place to really hang around, I think it will have a benefit for a lot more people, including once the trees grow. I'm not sure if people will have little picnics there and let their helium balloons out, but it will make the park look far greater and be able to see the monuments, etc., far greater.
Thank you. Any further debate? From my perspective, I'm quite okay with removing the trees. The 4 new trees are shown to be in positions where nobody's actually looking for shade. The positions people are looking for shade is the twilight concerts immediately to the east of the Sound Shore where there's nothing. So it's quite often nobody's sitting there until the sun sets. And there are a couple of other trees that look like they're going to last week. So I'd like a bit more consideration, or I wouldn't object to there being a bit more flexibility around where they go. Item 3 doesn't dictate exactly where they go. The drawing does, but not the actual motion. So I just encourage you to be a bit more flexible about it. I'm looking for an answer. But I think that park needs some more trees planted soon. Trees that are there are probably 50, 60 years old. And we've been very, very unsuccessful at getting new ones to grow. In fact, I think I can only recall 1 new tree that's survived in the last 5 years, and about 10 that have been snapped over, died, not been watered, and couch grass, grass competing with them. They haven't been done very well. So I could also encourage the staff to work out how to get major trees in very busy parks to thrive rather than waste money. So that's just some comments from me. Otherwise, happy to support it. Any further debate? Councillor De Backer.
Yeah, look, my thoughts were similar in regards to the placement of the trees and what size they're going to be planted at. Because we do have to allow for some open space, because we do understand that, people want to kick the ball about and all that kind of thing. So I just would like some thought about where the trees get placed. And if we have 2, maybe that side and 2, maybe the Sound Shore.
Further debate? Councillor Lowe, just to sum up.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
I don't know, but thanks for asking.
Okay, in summary, I support the amendment, and I'm also looking forward to the removal of the pines, including the stump grinding and the area being neat and tidy and in a good state to hold the upcoming Anzac Day ceremony, noting that is planned to happen before the upcoming Anzac Day ceremony. It would be disappointing if we had to explain to a lot of people on a solemn day such as that why they're tripping over tiles and sawdust and other things like that, but I have full confidence in the team that won't be the case. Full stop.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Yes, carried unanimously. We're now approaching 11 o'clock, so before I start next item, no doubt will be a few questions on, and there are some other reports in there. We're running out of time, so somebody happy to move that we extend the meeting. Councillor Ridd.
I'm happy to extend to 20 past.
7:20. I have a seconder. Councillor Barnett. Any further debate? No. All those in favour? Against? It's carried.
Have a sleep, Alan.
Item 13:17. Ken Watson Reserve upgrade and associated stormwater projects. Recommendations on page 302. So I'll be happy to move it as presented. Again, we would have all read it. point out that if we don't do something, this won't be finished this financial year. So I have to move it. Councillor Barnett.
So for purposes of discussion and the fact that this is a very important issue that needs to be resolved. So I hopefully reach that point hopefully tonight.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
To get it on the floor, yes.
Speak to it.
Just to get it on the floor, get a discussion going.
That leaves us.
Further debate. Councillor Debate.
Thanks very much, Henry. Look, this is a case, I think, this is my impression, it happened on Galway Avenue where we over-designed. And I think we had a budget for a project and we've grabbed some money from elsewhere and we've got a lot of information in this report with the flood management. Has the council seen this flood mapping before? Has this information come back to us before?
Not that detail.
No.
I understand.
Thank you. Because I think had we seen this detail months ago, I would have been a little bit more perhaps reassured. But in some ways it reassures me, but then you have a look at the 100-year flood maps and it's knowing what we've implemented, we've actually made the effect in those locations. And because I notice a lot of our commentary is around, you know, owners doing this and owners doing that. And there's obviously some things we can solve on our own land, like we've done with the park, and other things that maybe we can't solve. But so, for example, you know, where there are areas to the north where we've taken that budget to fund some of the park improvements, could we have introduced sumps or other devices with that money to get a better outcome? I just feel like we might have scrimped and saved on one area of the city and we've overspent and over-designed on a park. So I haven't been happy with the process, and I think seeing the level of detail and seeing the flood mapping really informed decision to see what the impact is, and that should have come to us a lot earlier. I'm still cranky about the amount of money that's been spent compared to what was budgeted, but that's just my thoughts.
Thank you. Further debate? I did have the opportunity to have a briefing yesterday from the Director and CEO regarding this matter. I had a number of questions which you remember from the last meeting. I thought it was a high point in reports and decision making. This is significantly improved. I'm quite happy to support the motion as it's put before us, but in doing so, as I pointed out to the Director and the CEO, this is a pretty ordinary process, in fact less than ordinary. There doesn't appear to be any budget control around how the playground was designed, and I think that's regrettable, is probably an understatement. There is a suggestion in the report that there will be some work done on the long-term planning of our parks upgrades in light of this cost. That needs to be done urgently because we have a budget which has a 10-year long-term plan in it, and that's a key element of the long-term financial plan. There's been some flood mitigation studies done, but all the work has been done. It does say in attachment 41 that everything's been incorporated, but when I read Director, when I'm CEO, when I read attachment 41, I think only 2 of the items have actually been incorporated. The others have been shunted off to some other place. In fact, there's one there for Alexander Street which says specifically incorporate this into the road design when it's upgraded, and it has not been incorporated into the road design when it's upgraded. That's particularly disappointing to read the recommendation to see it's not been picked up, but the report says that it has. So there's definitely more work to be done in that regard. In terms of the major flood mitigation report, it's pretty interesting reading. For those of you who know this part of the city, I urge you to read it because we have some serious decision making to make around this area about what we're going to do over time. And we know there's an inadequacy there. We know that there's people exposed to inundation in a major event. You might say, well, that's what happens in major events. I think we could do a much better job of trying to mitigate that. And to have the report come to us last month which said, well, we don't need any more of that money and we can incorporate that in the playground upgrade, I think was particularly regrettable. We clearly do need that money to do more studies. 2 of the recommendations are to do more work on studying solutions that are not being picked up in occupation 41 and not budgeted for anywhere. So we need that budget kept to be able to address those items. Very, very important. Some of the items need to be expensed. There needs to be some capital improvements made. That needs to be funded. There's a fund there that needs to be preserved. So there's a whole pile of work that needs to be done as a result of those flood mitigation studies. So those to be done and not come back to this council in detail to show us what the risk is and to show us what's been done is worse than regrettable. I've made that point very clear to the staff that I feel personally as a mayor very, very embarrassed that we made a big deal about flooding and the budget was going to be incorporated into some playground upgrade. Now, not happy, Jan. Having said that, the playground does need to be sorted out. It's the first time we've doubled the size of a playground for about 30 years. It's a very significant thing that we're doing. And in the process, we are providing more open space, more, not just better, more open space in an area where we are allowing density to increase. Not just on Churchill Road, but in that precinct, we're allowing more subdivision than in other places in the city. So it makes good sense for us to fund that work and to fund it out of the Open Space Fund, which is provided precisely for that purpose. It is ironic, not ironic, it is kind of sad that as much money as we've collected in that fund, we'll only pay for the new landscaping playground. It goes nowhere near paying for the extra land we purchased. It is about 1/4 of the total cost of sorting this park out. So I think, while we want to say thank you to the government for the legislation that allows us to collect that money, we should remind them that it's nowhere near enough to do what needs to be done. So that's enough for me, other than to say I've committed to get this moving and to get a comprehensive briefing on the flood mitigation investigations in some later workshop. Any further debate? No, there being none, back to you, Councillor Barnett, if you wish to sum up.
Yes, just in reading the whole thing, I really didn't get a sense of how it is to be sort of staged. I mean, most of our playground, the big ones, they're sort of staged, or we sort of, so that we can sort of manage it. And I noted, particularly having been to that water-sensitive urban design feature, and one of the things that was brought out on the attachment 1, the planning, and we've got quite a big area, the orange part, which is rubber softball and all that, which has not all that much shaded parts, and that's sort of now supposed to be a no-no, that you shouldn't be having things that increase the heat map of the area, so reducing it. So I don't know what else could be suggested there, apart from having more trees, providing more shade or shade cloth or something. I'm not sure if that's there or not. But just to have all that rubber stuff, which it makes it a very hot place in our summers, which is not what we really want. So I do think, our open space funding should be put to good purpose. And the other thing was that in my first reading of it, I just sort of got the sort of horrible feeling that, just to have all this floodwater going off down drains and out the Bargain Inlet, how can we make better use of it? Because part of the thing is, like the Mitcham Council and all that, is that, if we can capture more water and all that, we can plant more trees, and it's cost saving, in that aspect. So I really didn't get all that much of a sense of how we're doing that side of things. But again, mitigating the flood waters, I mean, that area, as we know, historically, ever since the time we started building in that area in our city, and putting all our impervious roads and our impervious footpaths, and just having our The drains that just push all the water down, which we don't seem to capture. We're starting doing it in some places, but I don't have a sense that there's a whole sort of plan of how we're doing this. We just seem to be thinking, oh, we've got to get a playground there, we've got to, we've got to mitigate flood water. Yeah, so that was just my sense. Sorry, I got read it.
Thank you.
So I'm not much further in trying to get to a decision.
No, that concludes the debate then. So all those in favour?
Well, we're doing it. Is it in parts?
No, it hasn't been asked for in parts. And that debate has concluded. So all those in favour? All those against? It is carried. Okay, item 14, the protocol. We normally move these on block unless somebody wishes to withdraw anything. Does anybody wish to withdraw item 15.1? Fix the report. Nice. Exactly, you wish to withdraw that one?
Oh, sorry, no, I was actually at the planning compliance on
Okay,
Friday.
you wish to withdraw 15.2?
15.2 and 15.3. Just to speak to the brief.
3, yep. And item 15.4, we wish to remove the quick update.
Oh, yeah, fine.
Great, okay, so we'll move on block item 15.1, somebody used to move on. Say again, sorry?
I was hoping to withdraw 15.1.
One, two, yes. Alrighty, 11.20 it is, let's go, 15.1, happy to move it, Councillor Sydney Miller?
Yes. Okay, so I think one of the most important parts of this report is the concluding statement. The City of Prospect has refocused its economic development efforts on the Prospect Road Innovation Precinct. I know that means a little bit more broadly bringing our focus back within our city. There's a lot of things that we could get ourselves involved with outside our city, which may or may not be red herrings, and I think that a refocus along these lines will definitely deliver strong dividends.
Do you have a seconder? Would you speak to it?
Yeah, look, it is a great initiative, but look, I'm kind of getting a bit sick of waiting for some of the other empty office buildings to kick on and do their thing. So I think Prospect 128 or whatever it's going to be, is going to be key in sort of driving some of this initiative. And we've got, we'll have an amazing civic space, which can also be a training space that can be used by other people. It can be used for conventions or whatever. So I think we've got to really demonstrate how the gig technology can be used. It's a shame if we move into this new building of ours and we don't utilise it. So I'm very encouraging of the technology, we just have to utilise it.
Thank you. Further debate? Deputy Mayor, wish to sum up? That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against, it's carried unanimously. Item 15.2, planning compliance update. Councillor De Becker, you happy to move it?
Yes, I am.
By the way.
Look, again, just highlighting, I always bang on about planning and we're doing so much, and it's really important that we've got someone out there checking that people are doing the right thing and they're finding when they do the wrong thing. Luckily, well, not so luckily, a lot of the outcomes are driven by communication. It's a bit of toing and froing, so we haven't actually had to go to court. This is what I can understand, do anything, but we do have to keep on people for things like landscaping compliance or signage and those kind of things that we're in development. So I continue council members to support budget lines that support compliance, because it is a fundamental part of keeping our city looking good.
You have a seconder? Councillor Harris, could you speak to us?
Yes. I think it's a very good report by Ben, and it's taken in, if we remember, we go back to a lot of the concerns we have. I still see it only about a third or halfway where I personally believe we should be. But this helps me, so when either the contract comes again or the next year when we discuss it, to give rise to arguments. I only marked a couple of things, and not to be critical, to mark a couple, that some of the various areas of responsibility, page 413, The role is not responsible building or building safety issues, which is the responsibility of the building inspector. And I'm concerned now we come near the winter is sort of the runoff, and the majority, particularly more the housing one as opposed to some of the commercial stuff, is how the water comes, if we ever have rain again, the water actually comes off of the construction sites, not the end product, but the construction sites and where they go. And down the bottom, it says, in addition to the targeted areas, through people ringing up about various other things, these things have happened. And again, with the end, my thing is hopefully, because we still got buildings, and particularly one in Wilcox that already, the director's gone, I'll yell out to the toilet, already has said like the fencing is over the footpath bit. Well, is it over the footpath bit properly? It's going to be a 4 or 5 story building fence, how you talk buildings, because you have that lift and everything on the top. Is that going to have a covered hoarding? As I said, that it's already now into the parkland, and my understanding of buildings, when you see something built, you know where the edge is going to be, and it's on border, so to have scaffolding or covering around it, I'm hoping this inspector will say, well, not him say or her say, but we say that this has the appropriate safety. But very thankful for the report. Sounds like as a team they're doing a very good job, and I hope it hope it betters itself in the next 12 months.
Thank you. Just in the interest of time, I'm just going to jump in now. I like what was in the report. It was really good, but it was only half the story. I don't see anything about the traffic management around building sites being reported to in this report. I don't see anything about damage to our verges, our crossovers, our footpaths, our landscaping, our irrigation reported in this report. I'm particularly, maybe it sounded harsh, I'm not interested in the silos of council. We've raised 4 motions relating to building sites and damage to our infrastructure and things not being complied with, and issues like scaffold footpaths and traffic issues. I want to see a response to our 4 motions, simply because this person reports to a certain manager somewhere in the organisation. Is of no interest to the neighbours of these developments. Is of no interest to the people in the street who can't get through the trucks in the way. No interest to me when I said the footpaths have been damaged and not being fixed. I want a unified approach, and so I'm happy with this. Is half the story, but I urge the CEO, please give us the entire story and tell us how this is all being managed, because I'm not confident that we're on top of this yet. And Wilcox will do the test. Wilcox will be absolutely do the test, because they're creeping that building site out on the footpath, and I don't have, we've not been briefed, and maybe we don't need to be, how are we going to manage all that? And is this role, if this role can't do all that stuff, please assure us that somebody somewhere can pull this together, and that those people are talking to each other in a team approach to manage these risks. So happy, kinda, with this report. Thank you. Any further debate? Right, back to you, Councillor De Backer, if you need to sum up. Okay, any debate? All those in favour? Yes, it's carried unanimously. 15.3, Walkerville Possibly Building Fire Safety Committee. Councillor De Backer, happy with the movers?
Yeah, I've just got a question first. That's okay. On page 427, there is a mention at item 5.3 that there was a building at 188 Churchill Road with aluminium cladding product, and at that December 2018 were concerns about occupancy. I might have misread it, but can I ask through the chair if those concerns have been resolved?
You can. Who am I asking?
I'll take the question, thank you, Mayor. I will need to provide a follow-up information in terms of the resolution of that. We certainly had a property owner on Churchill Road who actually came to council looking for us to provide some support in terms of fixing up his own building. I'm not quite sure if it's that building or not, but of course our situation is the Building Fire Safety Committee identifies a range of work that needs to be done and then follows up on that. So I'd like to take it on notice in terms of the status of that cladding. I know the LGA has been focusing on cladding, and there has been an update in staff, as I understand it, on some of the work they've been doing to our building officers generally across the government, so I'll follow that up.
And not much clarity, I have to say, unfortunately. It's a mess. Happy to move it?
Yeah, happy to do it, that's fine.
You can move it.
Thanks.
I'll second it. Councillor Rick, wish to speak to it? Yes, it's carried unanimously. Item 15.4, the FIC update. Councillor Rebecca, you can move it.
Yes, I will.
Doing so.
Just briefly, look, again, there seems to be budget creep around fixtures and furniture, I guess. So I think blinds were an extra 30,000. And the notarized curtains to the town hall are no longer in the budget. So what happens if someone wants to show a movie or there's audio visual or that kind of thing? I'm just pulling these things out so people are aware. There's a $100,000 hole in furniture. Apparently they're going to buy less items. I'd just like to really reuse what we can upstairs. I really will concentrate on what we're buying for our residents.
Thank you. Seconder. Councillor Rick, wish to speak to it?
Thank you.
CEO, I thought we didn't need blinds because we had an engineered facade by Arup, which is fine. Send us a question.
Look, I will seek some direction from project manager sitting in the gallery. Arup did design the framework that sits around the building to minimise the temperature variation within the building. That didn't preclude the introduction of blinds where it's required within the building, but it certainly does assist.
And closing my speech is that we can't wait to get in there to see if the blinds are actually required for spending $30,000 on. Any further debate? No? You need to sum up, councillor? That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Yes. Carried unanimously. We run out of time, folks. Note the council diary, general business. We don't have any time unless someone wants to extend the meeting. No. Confidential items are new and closed. Thank you.